set. Boom, 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 and boom. Why can't you always start out blurry? It's like it take your camera a minute.
I don't know what's going on, man.
What's good, baby? What's happening?
Yeah.
Y'all got us. We're a minute away. What's happening, guys?
What's
Man.
up, Charlie? How you doing, man? Oh, no, Charlie.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
we got
What's
you.
up, man? Can you hear us?
Oh, your mic. No, your mic's on. Can you hear us? Charlie, can you hear us?
No.
You can't. Can y'all hear us? Y'all got us?
Y'all hear us good?
Make sure. Oh, man.
Check one, check two.
No, something's wrong, Charlie. Something's off. Something's potted. Yep, there it is. You fixed it. You got it. Yep, you got it. All right, baby. Wait till y'all see, man. Wait till y'all hear what we just did.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah, wait till y'all hear what
I've
is
been
coming
asking
out.
for. We back, baby.
Wait till y'all hear what is coming out on Thursday.
We back, baby.
Yeah, corners is back with a vengeance.
Let's see.
Got my eyes on you, Charlie. You let me know. Yeah, baby. What's up, Tony? What's up, Mark? I see you.
Hey, did you?
I got you. Go ahead. Did I what?
Did you?
K-Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC,
Yeah.
D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey.
Let's go, baby.
Let's
Welcome
go.
in here to the February 28th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, real quick, I got a text around 4 o'clock, right as we were running it back. And, we come out there with the Young Zell intro and went right into Light the Beam.
Yep.
Somebody from the Sacramento Kings hit me up and said, yo, who's that? I need that record. What's that mean? I don't know, man.
Hey, man, if something happens, I just want to be on stage like we were with Rick when Rick was here. I don't need to perform. I just, be one of the entourage on stage. That's all I'm saying.
That's
if something were to happen, I just need to be there. That's all I ask.
That's it, man. We just want to be on the rocket ship with our man Young Zell. We appreciate y'all for being with us here as it's a game day for the Sacramento Kings. There's a lot to talk about today. Our man Chris Biederman's going to join us live from Oklahoma City coming up at 1:47. We've got Jason Jones with us. Your co-host on the J Street Vibes podcast. He'll be with us coming up about 3:20 or so. And we expect Coach Patrick to be with us as well. What a win last night it was.
That was big time.
For Sac State. You think the Sacramento Kings are nerve-wracking? Boy, Sac State wins and loses games by 2 points.
Man.
That is the way that they play. And, man, they needed to win a close game.
Yeah, they needed that.
They needed that game last night.
That one had me on the edge of my seat. Me and Lil Ryan was watching that game, and I was like, yo. I keep fouling this guy.
They hit their first three-pointer of the game with like 30 seconds left. This is the first one they got to drop. And it's the only one that matters.
Shout out to that boy Gianni Hunt, man. He did his thing, man.
It's the one they got to drop. And shout out to Coach Campbell. And the women over there,
they got air horns.
Yeah,
Big Sky champions.
Yeah, let's run that. Air horns are right there.
Let's go, man. Talk about the Big Sky champs, man. Let's go.
Shout out to our crew over there at Sac State. It was a rough night in the association last night, man. I was bummed to sit down and fire up League Pass and get the push notification that LaMelo Ball got hurt.
Yeah, that was tough to see.
That's
that was not cool.
It's a fractured right ankle, and there's no reason for his season not to be over. Like his season's done.
Yeah.
That's tough, man. That's tough for LaMelo. I love watching him play.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite players in the league to watch, man. And he's had a rough season. It started with an ankle injury, and he, while he had, decent numbers, he could never get on track, could never get his team on track. And it was just a rough season that took a horrific end to the season.
I hope they get it together there. Like, there's no reason for that team to be a disaster the way it is. Like, get some more young talent in there, and surround your incredibly talented point guard with some ball players.
Yeah, I want to hear this correctly. I think I heard it. But the Charlotte Hornets, if I heard this correctly, if not, you guys can fact check me. It's okay. They haven't won a playoff series in a longer span than the Kings. They haven't won a playoff series, I think, since, well, you're talking about the Hornets and like the Charlotte franchise. So when it got recreated and all that other stuff, but it's been since 2002, essentially, since they've won.
Wait, I'm confused. So
they're
are we
taking
talking
the
about
Hornets? And you know how the Hornets moved to New Orleans,
right? So
they're just
New Orleans
keeping the Charlotte Hornets all the way through.
Well, how many years was Charlotte gone? Was Charlotte?
It
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The point is, the point
20
is,
years since they've won a first round series, won a playoff series, and they got a guy. My whole point when I was thinking about this is they got a guy in LaMelo Ball who's a franchise player. He is a franchise point guard, and to your point, man, I hope it works out with him there. And I don't want him to leave. I want him to stay in Charlotte.
I'm also sorry to say that franchise is horribly mismanaged. Get your GOAT under control.
My GOAT.
Yeah.
That's how you feel? He's not your GOAT no more? That's how you feel?
That's my guy. I mean, Jordan is that dude. He's just really terrible at this. Like, y'all really fired a dude and brought him back as the head coach?
That I can't defend that one.
What are you doing?
Man, that was crazy.
And it's Mitch Kupchak, right?
Yeah.
Mitch Kup. All right.
Yeah. I can't. I mean, but they had Kimba, and Kimba got him to the postseason a couple times. Wasn't able to get a win, but got him to the postseason a couple times. Then you had LaMelo, who took them to the playing game a couple of different occasions, and it looked like he was, hopefully he was going to make that step. And look, the elephant in the room is to his own fault. They're missing their second best player all year.
Yeah,
and that probably wasn't something the franchise.
Well, at some point, you got to do something with that elephant. You either got to build a bigger house and just let that elephant roam free, or you've got to usher it out. Like you, the Charlotte Hornets, the National Basketball Association, you've got to figure out this situation with Miles Bridges.
Yeah,
and allow everybody to move forward. Miles Bridges thinks he's coming back in March.
Oh, well, March is tomorrow.
Well,
I don't think you're coming back, pal.
That's not the type of March Madness the NBA is looking for. So I'm not counting on that, though. He's got people talking. It's something that needs a resolution one way or another. Reports after the show said that, like, immediately after yesterday's show, said LeBron James will be out an extended period of time with an issue in his foot where he heard the pop. And reports were today that he's out a minimum of 2 to 3 weeks, with the next evaluation not coming till the end of that period.
Yeah, that sucks, man. Get well soon, LeBron. It's something that I think he was dealing with before. I know he was dealing with a foot injury the night he broke the record. It took him out of the game. So it's something that seems to have been, he missed a couple games due to it. I think he played right before the All-Star game to make sure he could play in the All-Star game, but it's something that he was dealing with. And the Lakers. I'm swear I'm not like laughing at them because I don't want to see LeBron hurt, but this changes everything. They was just talking about 6th seed and nobody
ready
wants
to get to
them.
Sacramento.
Yeah, now you got to deal with this. Take care of business with what you got.
Can we touch
before
on
we
that?
start talking about anything else?
Can we touch on that again for a second?
For sure.
Because I was thinking about that after reading the LeBron stuff and Brian Windhurst report. Brian Windhurst is a fine reporter. I don't believe a player said that, and I don't believe a coach said that. I don't think any player said, we want to play Sacramento. We want to get to the 6th seed to play Sacramento. That stuff's going to be laughed out of the room. I don't think a coach said it because coaches don't talk like that on the record or off. I'm not saying Windhurst made it up. I'm just saying after thinking more about that, I put no stock in that.
Yeah, I don't think that came from the locker room at all.
Coffee boy, the equivalent of the Los Angeles Lakers coffee boy, could have said it.
Absolutely.
That I would believe. I don't believe anybody of any. I don't want to use the word importance. That's not fair. I don't believe anybody of any stature.
Nobody in that locker room said that.
No.
In my opinion.
No.
Nobody in that locker room said that.
Anthony Davis was sulking on a record-breaking NBA night because the team wasn't playing well. He's not looking at this team going, we want to get the 3rd seed or the 6th seed so we can play Sacramento. They're not doing that. So the more I thought about the quote, the more I thought, like, that's not real. Again, I don't think Wendy made it up.
Right.
I just wouldn't put any stock in it. Is it something that came out of that locker room?
I don't even know why. Like, to be honest with you, I don't even know why you would say that if you were Wendy. Like why would you say that? Why would you put that out there? And then say, I'm hearing the Lakers that, like, that's not even necessary. We hear stuff, me and you, we hear stuff all the time. We don't go running our mouth talking about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because it serves nobody any purpose. You could say that and say, use your own like name and be like, I believe that I think that's what's going on. Not, I heard that. Like, put your own name on it.
Yeah, like we believe Russell Westbrook is going to sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. Like, you've got to be careful how you phrase stuff.
Right.
We believe. Maybe we were told Russell Westbrook is signing with the Los Angeles Clippers, but we believe that that's the best. Like, I don't know what Wendy's doing. Like, this is a team that's 29-32 right now. Now you're moving forward without LeBron James, and this is that weird dynamic to me where LeBron James isn't out for the season, but he's out for a stretch of time. So do you operate as, let's get through the next 2 to 3 weeks? We've got to find a way to start winning games. Because I think that mentality is different than LeBron's gone. We've got to find a different approach. Part of me wonders, with LeBron, can Anthony Davis shoulder this? Because we all like the young pieces that they got there that Danny Ainge so generously gave them during the trade deadline. Yeah. But this is going to fall on the shoulders of Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
He's got to take.
D'Angelo Russell didn't play. He hadn't played the last couple of games. He's got an ankle. So who knows when he comes back? So quite literally, AD might be, him and Schroeder might be shouldering the whole offensive load.
Yeah, they may very well. But that's not our problem.
Not at all.
We've got Kings basketball tonight. The Sacramento Kings are looking for their 4th straight victory, their 2nd straight against the Oklahoma City Thunder, their 3rd against the Oklahoma City Thunder on the season. We'll step out. We'll come back. Our man, Will Z, he previews the game by the numbers. He's going to get with us. We'll talk about that Kentucky connection. Oh, we got time today. I know y'all saw what TT said. Woo!
TT, man, come on.
Got time today.
Who is this dude?
We just getting started. Stilo and KC. Here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent.
Have you heard that Beyonce Cuff It remix where she used the wetter?
The R&B.
Yeah, it's fire. It's fire. It's a good little collab. That reminds me. I heard something that pissed me off a little bit. Should I wait till Will Z's gone? Should I wait till guests are gone?
The fact that you even asked makes me say yes.
Okay.
Well, is it that bad?
It's not. No, it's really not bad. It just
Is it Kings
kind of
related?
pissing me off. No,
Oh,
not at all.
no, tell it. Will don't mind. Will's family.
Shout out, Will.
Will's family.
So I was.
Now I'm curious.
Yeah, right.
What's up, Will? How you doing, big
What's
dog?
up, guys? Good.
I was listening to that Windhorse podcast, and Tim McMahon, who I like. I don't have no problem with Tim McMahon. I think he's good at what he does. But then you hear certain stuff like this, and it's like, what are you guys telling me? What else are you guys lying about? So they were talking about the Kings and Clippers game, and they were talking about Westbrook, and they're like, yeah, Westbrook had a really good game until he went full Westbrook and just completely wasn't aware of what was going on and leaves Malik Monk wide open for the game tying 3-pointer at the end of regulation. And I mean, that's just what Westbrook does. Like, he's just gonna just lose it sometimes.
Tim McMahon said that?
Yeah, it's like, bro, Westbrook wasn't guarding Monk. Westbrook got over there on the help. But little stuff like that, right? Like if I didn't watch the game, if I didn't pay attention, I wouldn't know. And all I hear is people who I'm trusting to give me accurate information about the rest of the league is telling me how Russell Westbrook screwed up something again. It doesn't take a whole lot to watch the goddamn game, watch the play, and know that that's not what happened.
Yeah.
That wasn't his man. And it just kind of pissed me off because then I'm looking at it like I was paying attention to it, so I know that's not right. But how many other things that I wasn't paying attention to are you feeding me? That's complete bullshit.
Yeah. Yep.
And everybody makes a mistake. It's cool. I make mistakes. I couldn't get the damn stat for clutch time right yesterday. So we get that. But I'm also not sitting here saying, oh, Luka Doncic is trash because he's third in clutch when he's really not third. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit just rubbed me the wrong way when I heard that.
Yeah, that's silly. But
especially when it's something as simple as covering a defender. Like, that's not hard to know.
Securing the Bagley, you're wrong. There were switches all over the place. Paul George was guarding De'Aaron Fox, and they had a screen, switched to Kawhi Leonard. They switched Powell off. And then here's the other bullshit about it, because now you get people that don't know hoop talking about hoop shit. Powell didn't fall. The play was defended perfectly. They defended it perfectly. Monk and Fox made a read on the fly that had Monk, because Monk was supposed to go to the corner. Powell was there. He knew the play was coming. He knew the hammer was coming. He was there. Monk just made a ad-lib play and slid a little bit to his left. Fox gave him a pass that led him to his left for an open spot. Nobody really did anything wrong on that play. The only thing you could say anybody did wrong is the Clippers probably should have fouled. That's it. Other than that, they defended the play the way you would want to defend it.
Yeah.
But if you don't know who, you don't know what you're looking at.
No. Okay. Charlie, are we coming back cold? Like, are we right out of commercial, or is there like a bumper bringing us back? We're coming right back, Will. Sorry. Oh, look at Will with
you're good.
With the fresh fade.
I know.
Well, she got that Instagram account. Was like, I got to get the fresh fade going.
It was time.
Man.
Now my head's all cold, though. Of course, with all this cold weather, but yeah, it was getting a little long.
I like it.
That's why I'm always wearing a hat.
Yeah, I like this haircut because it grows out well. I go really long between haircuts.
Hang on, Will. Coming back right here. Understandable. There's a fired up Kenny Caraway during the commercial break.
Man,
y'all,
come on, man.
y'all gotta Y'all gotta tap in.
But before people excoriate people for
Yeah.
different things, we
Hey.
need to be accurate.
Y'all
We
gotta
need to be accurate.
Yeah.
My man securing the beam, he changed his name. Securing the beam.
Securing the beam.
Yeah. He talk about and why was Powell, because we talking about the game time playing regulation. Why was Powell not guarding the 3? Why was he trying to help on Fox? Bro, he was trying to intercept the pass. And give credit to Monk and Fox. Hell, I give credit to the Clippers. They knew what they were doing. Give credit to Monk and Fox. They read that and made an adjustment. It was basketball. They was hooping. Both teams was hooping on Friday.
And Will Z is always talking about hoops. You can follow Will Z now on Instagram, Will Z Stats. Of course, he writes preview articles each game over at ESPN1320.com. And we're happy to welcome in our brother Will Z, rocking the J Will shirt here today. Let's start with this. My partner was just talking about De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk, and you wrote a lot about that Kentucky connection in today's preview.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where there's so many things to write about with the Kings right now, which is so fun. But I posted the other day, like Monk's numbers in the last 11 games. So basically February, both him and Fox have just been going off. And one of the things that I noticed was Fox and just his connection with Monk seems to be growing, if that's even possible. And the number that surprised me and kind of stood out was in February, Monk's shooting on 3-point attempts that were off passes from Fox, and that's 66.7%. So it's not a very high sample size. I think it was like 8 of 12. But, I mean, even that small sample size, it's over a long period of games, which is what I like. They're dynamic together in a different way than Herter and Sabonis are dynamic together, because it's just different play styles in the way I see it.
Yeah, they feel a little bit more explosive, you know what I
Mhm.
mean? And you got the high flying stuff, you got the quickness of those two off the dribble and things of that nature. Sabonis and Herter, they love that dribble handoff so much, and the way they can use the back doors and things of that nature. Like you mentioned, it's just a different style of explosiveness. But Fox and Monk, I mean, these two, when they get rolling, this is what I envision. This is what I envision. You got get these two together. It's like this could be magic. De'Aaron Fox shooting at such a high clip right now. I'm always on this, Will. What do you see when you see wide open shots, contested shots for De'Aaron Fox? Is he getting a lot of wide open looks with his dribble penetration, and being able to stop in the mid range, or is he hitting tough shots on top of all this?
It's hard to say for 2-point looks because everything gets so congested. That's why I mainly stick to threes on it. But I mean, just from the eye test, it looks like Fox is getting really good looks from that mid-range floater area. And I'll pull up the numbers now and see kind of what is available for his 2-point open and wide open looks. But it's just, even with the big screens that Sabonis sets, to see them dance around each other inside the arc is something that is so unique. And a lot of teams set screens around the perimeter, but just Fox's ability to navigate around Sabonis inside has just become so beautiful to watch.
Yeah. Let's I do want to make sure we point this out. De'Aaron is listed as questionable tonight. He went through non-contact drills this morning at shoot around. Chris Biederman may be able to give us an update when he joins us later on, but his earlier update was he is a legitimate game time decision with that left wrist soreness. But so much of the Kings universe right now centers around what De'Aaron Fox has been doing. So I don't want to steer too far away from that, Will, because there were some numbers that you wrote about today that really stood out. And I know some of your favorite numbers as it pertains to De'Aaron Fox is what he does in the restricted area.
Yeah, so just looking at February, he's shooting 86.8% in the restricted area. And I think my favorite is becoming the non-restricted paint area. In there, the floater area, he's shooting 54.1, which is just such a high number. It's rivals. I think KD is pretty much the best in that spot. He's at like 60%. Luka's around like 56. So he's up there with the best scorers in the game. And then in the mid range in March, he's hitting from at 55.6%. So all across everywhere inside the arc, he's hitting at such high clips, and he's making it look so easy.
The other thing that you mentioned that we love about his game and what comes to mind when you talk about him being fully in control of his game right now is not only is he scoring at a high clip, but the assists are starting to go up. I think this month he's averaging like 7.3 or something like that. This month, he is literally out there doing whatever it is he wants to do. If he wants to distribute for a little bit, he gets everybody involved. When he wants to take over offensively, he's able to do that. The thing that I also love about him, and sometimes there's no metrics to point this out, is he's also doing it on the defensive end. So he's got all three of those phases really clicking right now, man.
Yeah, I mean, and his steals are up. He's averaging 2 steals in the month of February too. So it's just he's doing everything on the court to be able to have 32 points and 7 assists. It's just ridiculous production.
It's all NBA.
All NBA.
2 steals, that's not possible. I was told De'Aaron can't play defense.
Talk about that.
He's always been good in the passing lanes. I think this year he's kind of improved in that on-ball defense, but continued to I feel like we see him poke more balls away this year compared to just getting the steals in the passing lanes like we have in the past.
I have a theory on that, on why his on-ball defense has improved.
What's that?
Because the people around him don't suck anymore.
That's true.
They're not an Olay on the defensive end. Of course, one may not have anything to do with the other, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Everything has changed for De'Aaron this year because the people around him don't.
Well, that is very well, very, very well may be true. However, as we stated, he's a game time decision. So I'll throw this at both of you. Will, I'll start with you. If De'Aaron is out, who do the Kings lean on offensively?
Oh, it's got to be Sabonis. I think that the Thunder is just a great matchup for him. The Thunder they're not necessarily small, but they are small. It's just a great matchup for Sabonis because they don't have that big strength interior for defense, so Sabonis can get going in the post. The Thunder are very aggressive in going for steals, and they want to get out in transition, getting in those passing lanes. So that opens up backdoor cuts for Sabonis, which I think we've seen in both Thunder games. And then he's just able to feast on the boards. The Kings are just destroying the Thunder on the offensive glass and getting those second chance points.
Yeah, it's definitely DeMontis. And it seems like with Fox playing the way that he's been playing, I don't want to say they've shifted how the offense goes, but they've taken a little bit of the load off of Sabonis as far as being the only initiator of the offense. It seems like Fox is starting to get a little bit more of those opportunities. And if Fox isn't able to go, Sabonis has gotten a little bit of a break between the All-Star break and the way the load has kind of shifted towards De'Aaron. Now, you can put it back to him. All right, let's get that ball to Sabonis every single time, high post, low post, and let him operate. It's crazy, Will, because he still is making plays from the high post and the low post when need be. It's not like that's ineffective anymore. It's just that they're giving maybe a different quirk to what they're trying to do as well.
Yeah, it's a really pick your poison on how you want to try and defend them. And if you make Fox your primary point of emphasis, then they'll just run it through Sabonis. It's why we've seen the Kings. They have 16 games with 130 points. It's just nuts.
Do we have a record on that?
I got one. I
asked you on the spot, so that's
it's fine. I have one in my draft, actually, a tweet.
It's got to be. You said 16 games. I'm gonna say 14-2.
What was the number?
130 or more
for the Kings' record in those games.
I know one is the Lakers. What's the other one?
I don't know. I'm just being.
I think it's just that one that they lost.
Just the one.
That's crazy.
I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it's just the one against the Lakers.
Beat them by trying to outscore.
Thank you, Kenny Dilfer. What was God, I'm just trying to think if they've gotten above 130.
I don't think that. I think you guys are right. I think it's just
I
the
mean,
Lakers game.
Yeah. I think that I think that's the only
Mhm. It's the only one.
It is.
Yeah.
Do you have the number of wins?
15.
Oh, that would be 15-1.
Yeah.
So you just said it was 16 games. I could do that math. That's 15-1. That's
And even then, like
my
that's
bad, Will.
the crazy thing
You're
about
good.
that, Will and Damien, is like it's not like 5 games. Like,
No, that's a lot of
16
basketball,
games
yeah.
that you went 130. It'd be a lot if it was 16 games if you went 120 and over. They went 16 games going 130 or more, and they've won virtually all of them.
And then the thing you have to be careful for tonight is, you know, who's in second place for the number of 130-point games? It's the Thunder.
Really?
They
would-
can score. They score in bunches.
Wow.
So they don't have the overall consistency that the Kings have, but when they get going, they can really get going. And they even scored. I know Jesse's not here, so maybe he can't fact check me, but they beat the Celtics without SGA scoring like 150.
Yeah, I remember they put.
Oh, okay. Because I was just about to say SGA is out. I would put my money on them not scoring that much. But Jesse's definitely listening, so he will confirm here.
Text coming soon.
Text is definitely coming in here in just a few minutes. One other thing, Will, you brought this up back January 20th, I think, when these teams first played in a game that I think we were all really excited about. The Kings should dominate the boards every time they play the Oklahoma City Thunder, and that's something I've been watching every game, and it's something they absolutely have done. As big of an impact as De'Aaron Fox is on a basketball game, I don't think he has a drastic impact on whether this team out-rebounds their opponent. In this case, I think that's a trend that should continue, and should it continue, well, I feel like the Kings are in a good position to get this one, even if De'Aaron doesn't go.
Yeah, and on Sunday they won the rebounding battle, 48-37. So that's a pretty good differential in terms of a plus 11 on the boards. The wild stat, someone pointed this out on Twitter, was in the first half, the Thunder actually out-rebounded the Kings on the offensive boards. I think it was like 8-7, but the Kings had 7 second-chance points and the Thunder had 0. So I think part of that is with the long rebounds. Those are harder to turn into putback points compared to if Sabonis gets a rebound at the rim, he's going to dunk it or lay it back in. So it's something where the Kings really have that interior presence that the Thunder just don't have an answer to.
Great stuff, Will. As always, my friend. We'll see you back here on Friday.
Appreciate it. See you guys then.
Take care,
Thanks.
Will.
That's Will Z. Make sure you're following him on Instagram and now on Twitter as well. This in from Shams got him just by a split second. Will Barton finalizing a deal with the Toronto Raptors. And here come the messages. The Bulls are waving Goran Dragic. That's someone we should take a look at.
Why would we look at it? Well, I guess because people don't like Davion anymore. I'm not one of those people. Leave Davion alone. Davion is struggling offensively. Defensively, he still brings it every single night. You got enough guys that can get buckets on the offensive end. Even on your bench now. You got 3 guys on your bench that could give you 20 at any point.
I like Davion regardless of some frustration I may have shared in the group chat over the weekend.
I remember that.
But I
caught it real late. That's why I didn't.
I like Davion. He just did some things against. It wasn't the Clippers game. It was the Thunder that I was frustrated with.
Yeah,
I was frustrated. And towards the, he was very, very good defensively during the final stretch.
Yeah.
There was just some points earlier where I'm just looking at the TV like, Davion, like what? Why? Like, what are we doing?
Gotta let him cook. Gotta let him cook. Gotta let him get a feel for it, man. He's gonna have some big moments this second half. Well, not second half, but
I thought that the last time De'Aaron was out, and I think along with many were frustratingly wrong. We desperately want Davion to shine, and I think part of it is we know Davion can shine. Shine, Brody. Like, What's the where I can't figure out where the disconnect is with him. Like he's more capable on the offensive end than we've seen.
Well, so my question would be, well, where are the shots gonna come from? Because Malik is taking shots, TD taking shots, Trey taking shots. Usually when Mitchell is in there, he's playing with Sabonis. He's gonna get his looks. Like we get upset with Davion because he has 3 points. He's 1 of 3 from the field. Like he's not gonna get.
The
a lot
funny
of
thing
shot
about that
attempts.
was that's a stat line from like 3 days ago, and his shot fell in the first quarter. It was the Trailblazers game. He hit a 3 in the first quarter.
It did.
He only took 2
So
other shots.
he's not like you.
But that was a big bench night, if I remember. For
TD had a big game that night, right?
Yeah, I'll go back. I got it right here.
But that's
Terrence had 20. Malik had 15.
Yeah. He's just not gonna get. He's just not gonna get a lot of opportunities. You know what I mean? We went through the numbers. I think when we were talking.
I think
about
he
this
turned the
about a week
ball
ago.
over. Like he had like a dumb turnover on Sunday that was like, yo.
Yeah,
I think that's what
those things happen.
I think that's what agitated me.
One turnover can
But it was
frustrate
like
you
a
to be like, get this guy out.
It was a really. It was everyone who saw it will remember exactly what I'm talking. Like it was, he drove into the basket, and I don't know what exactly he was going to do, but he brought the ball up kind of like chest height and almost like handed it to the defender. And I'm staring at like, yo, what was he about to do with the ball? Because it didn't look like he was going up for a shot. I don't know if he was going. I have no clue what he was thinking in the moment. Yeah. But he made this move. He got into the lane. He's there in traffic. He's in there with the bigs. Just brings the ball up to his chest and says, here. And fast break the other way.
Yeah. I mean, those things can be frustrating. Don't
I
get
regret
twisted.
the text
I understand.
that day. It was
but
okay.
Davion gonna be fine. I'll tell you like this. We're not saying you said this. But we don't need no Goran Dragic for Davion Mitchell. No.
Here's the thing. If a player is being waived today, Sacramento Kings do not need that player.
No. This is the roster. This is the roster.
As it should be.
Yeah, this is the roster.
We good.
Let these guys cook. Let these guys finish off what they started.
They already have a lot to do this offseason. Let's not be concerned about what the buyout market looks like. I am surprised, though. Will Barton to Toronto.
It's kind of random.
A little bit.
I
mean, it's maybe he's
Toronto's
like,
a nice place, though.
That's what I mean. Maybe he's like, oh, it's just a good spot to go, kind of kick it for the next couple months. Toronto's
whether it'll start getting better by the time he gets there.
I mean, they're a play-in team right now. I want to say comfortably, but they're a play-in team. Roster wise. All right, I'm not saying this to like troll you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the Raptors are better roster wise than the Knicks. No?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, the Knicks
don't get why they're 30 and 32. I know I'm a broken record with that. There's no point in rehashing this over and over again. I just don't get why that team is where
some kind
of
disconnect. I do like the players on the roster, like a lot of them. So
that they beat the hell out of the
Kings. Have a better roster than the Knicks. I can completely understand that, but I don't know, for whatever reason, it hasn't worked this year.
Yeah, and good for New York. It's click. As long as they're not playing at the Garden, it's clicking just fine.
Well, I think they were playing at the Garden.
They got a winning record at the Garden for the first time all year. They just got there the day before last. They got a winning. Boy, they running stuff on the road, but man,
NBA playoffs about to be crazy with the Garden and G1C.
Bro, they're going to be the only team playing for road advantage. They don't want to host. They don't want no.
G1C is about to be movies everywhere in the playoffs. Oh my gosh, I'm about to go crazy.
You don't have to wait for the playoffs for that. We got.
It's gonna be a movie on Friday. It's gonna be a movie on Friday.
It's gonna be a movie Friday. I was thinking about next Thursday.
Oh yeah, well that's Tuesday. It's a Tuesday game.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, TNT Tuesday.
Oh, that's a bummer. I absolutely thought it was a Thursday.
Yeah, or it might be a Thursday. I thought it was TNT Tuesday, but you can fact check me right now.
Yeah, it's Thursday, March 9th.
Okay. I thought it was a Tuesday.
No, it's Thursday, March 9th.
Well, that's even better.
Kings versus Knicks.
That's even better. Thursday is one of my favorite days of the week. It's really the official start of the weekend.
It is. And now it's when Corners of the Culture drops.
Yeah.
And the episode that drops on Thursday, which was recorded today, I'll say this. It was worth the wait. I think y'all are going to think it was worth the wait. That was me for letting that podcast go dark. But we're back under them bright lights, man. And go to Apple, Spotify, whatever your Odyssey
app. Go to the Odyssey app.
Search Corners of the Culture.
Absolutely.
I'll wait. Search Corners of the Culture. Hit the follow button. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the add button. Whatever the button you have to add for that podcast.
Notifications.
Do it right now.
Get the notifications going too.
Do it right now. I'll wait for you.
Real quick with the Kings. Can I kind of talk about these guys again?
Hey, you talk anytime you want to, but before you do, I'm going to remind everybody also to go to ESPN1320.com, head over to the contest page, and enter to win tickets to AEW. We're talking about the game on TNT on March 9th. AEW is going to host their television show live from the Golden One Center on March 8th.
It's good stuff.
ESPN1320.com contest page.
I want to see Jade.
Apparently, we might be working on Jade for the live stream next week.
Oh, that's my girl, man. She's a beast. She's still undefeated, isn't she?
She's
still undefeated.
Yeah, there were discussions whether we go Jade or Ricky Starks.
That's a tough one. Since Ricky isn't a heel no more, I was thinking about that. Like heel Ricky, we might have to make that happen. But if I had to choose, I'd love to have them both on here. But if I had to choose, I think I'm gonna go with Jade.
Jade's the one. Jesse's working on that. We'll see what we get pulled off.
But the Kings, a lot of people were talking about, well, James was one of them. He wasn't the only one though. So I don't want anybody to think I'm taking shots at my guy James. But people were talking about, defense going to ramp up. It's going to be playoff atmosphere, playoff vibes and stuff like that. We'll see if they're able to, do the same things. And then yesterday, when we were talking to James, he goes, well, the Kings, they still gave up 175. And I was like, yeah, they did. But they scored 176. Also, they scored 153 on the Clippers in regulation.
Mm-hmm.
And remember the talk was, and we've said it a little bit too, those boys play defense over there.
Yeah.
They lock up.
Their scores are 108 to 105.
They lock up.
Yeah.
We said that. James said, everybody said they lock up.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't stop the Kings. Nobody's stopping this team from scoring.
The Kings got them to play their pace, whereas the games earlier in the season, I think the Clippers got the Kings to play their pace. And the Kings, you look back at the first quarter, it's 40-40 at the end of one. It's 40-40. Like it was clear there are points going to be scored. Now, I don't think we thought it would be 175 or 176.
Well, I did.
But of course you did, LaKinney. But we knew.
I turned that game on. I told Reese, I said, bro, I think they're going to have the second highest scoring game in the history of NBA. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah.
I looked at Ryan. I said, Ryan, I think we might see a game in the 170s tonight.
Yeah, that's when Ryan started crying, and Kenny sent me the video of the screaming baby. But sure.
No, they score, bro. Like, this is what they do.
Mm-hmm.
When are they going to get the acknowledgement that that's what they do? They score.
I think
they score better than just about anybody in the league.
I think they're starting to get it a little bit more when shout out to Mark Spears. That's the whole birth of the stupid Tristan Thompson nonsense.
Tough.
Richard, was it Richard Jefferson or was it Vince Carter?
Vince
was like, nah, team is their offense is legit. You're starting to read more about the Sacramento Kings offense. And I think the reason you're reading so much about the offense is because everyone feels the need to point out how bad the defense is.
I heard that this morning.
The defense is that bad. How are they 10 games over 500? Well, the reason for that is their offense, at least at this point in the season, is historic.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where they're at.
Yeah. It's one of the great offenses. Like I said yesterday, one of the great offenses we've seen in recent memory.
Since we brought up TT, let's just ride with that. I'll even pull the clip up here on social media. The clip is dumb, though. Like, I debated whether we even play it because it's like 6 people talking over each other.
Yeah, it is.
It's just poor. It's
like
poor.
you can hear what he's saying.
It's just
if you know
bad.
his voice, it's better visual. But you can still pull it up. Though.
Yeah, we pull it up here. We'll air it on the. If you're listening on the radio or the Odyssey app, like you'll get a feel for this. So we'll pull up ESPN yesterday, and TT's got a desk job. God Almighty!
Is that a book? Is that a kid's book or something?
TT got a desk job? I hope not.
TT got a desk job.
I'm not.
At Target, at Barnes and Nobles. Go pick it up.
Well, we'll get into that.
TT got a desk job.
Oh, why you find that so funny?
That is a book.
Extremely curious.
That's like a kid's children's book.
I'm gonna Google it right now. We'll have that when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. TT's got a desk job. Let's see here.
Hey, it's nasty right now. Ooh.
What's that? Nasty outside? Or are you watching the game?
No.
Oh. Never mind. I gotcha.
Somebody was mentioning it in the chat. Patrick Kane traded to the Rangers.
Ramsey mentioned that on the chat.
Ramsey and John Poles.
Okay.
Patrick Kane, I do know him as a legendary Chicago Blackhawk. Aren't the Rangers good this year? Oh, look. Texas women's basketball is on. I think I'll watch this. Well, the replay. Number 12 in the nation. They got a little point guard that's pretty good. I like watching her play.
I saw bracketology that said Duke could wind up at Stanford.
Really? Making a field trip?
Man, I looked at that like, yo, I think their bet was they're gonna have Notre Dame winning the tournament.
Oh, that reminds me. That's what I was about to ask you before. Are you going to the tournament games? Like Thursday, I don't think we'd be able to go, but Saturday.
Yeah, I think we got a credential thing for that today.
I did that. They already turned it around, and yeah, you're in.
Oh,
I did that like 30 minutes ago, and they were like, "Yeah, come on."
Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, hopefully we won't be able to Thursday. I don't know if that included Friday or not.
Gonna happen.
But I'm hoping we can't go Thursday.
Yeah, that's the hope and the prayer.
What's today?
Today's
Tuesday because I think they all thought tomorrow.
The bracketology for that has UCLA coming here. That'd be pretty cool. UCLA top, I think they're number 4 in the nation. UCLA is really good, actually.
Jesse must have turned us off and went back to bed. He didn't respond to the to the Celtics thing.
Said, "I'm not listening to this crap."
I talked to him earlier. He did not sound well. My guy did not sound well at all. Hey, I am K Diddy. What an extra close up. Okay.
Where am I at? What'd I do?
I'm looking at your CBS stuff.
I gotta figure that out. I gotta rework that whole thing.
Well, you've got other priorities now, so it's okay. Man, where are they practicing at Oklahoma City? What is that?
YMCA.
Is that what it is for real? That's what it looks like.
I don't know. I think is that the Thunder's practice facility? Something. I think it's the Thunder's practice. It used to be.
Why does it look like that?
I think the Thunder's practice facility used to be an old skating rink, or when they first got there, that's what it was. And maybe they got a new one now, and the teams practice at what was the old Thunder's practice facility. That might be what happened.
Uh-huh. Phone lines are available for you, 916-909-1320. Of course, a great way to interact with the show is to hit us up on the hit us up in the chatty house. That's youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Of course, the chatty house was jumping yesterday. It's jumping today, and hopefully the Sacramento Kings get another victory, and we just keep things moving into Friday's epic rematch against the Los Angeles Clippers.
Wait, that's going to be a good game. Well, it's going to be a good build-up. Hopefully, we beat them by 25.
Let's go 1-0. That's all we want to do right now. Go 1-0 today.
Let's ride.
So let's go. Let's go, Kingdom. 1-0 today.
Kingdom. Come on, Kingdom. Let's go.
Let's go to
Russell.
Let's go to Twitter, specifically ESPN. Here's the clip making the rounds. Now, just word of warning. There's a lot of people talking here. You got Mark Spears here. You got Ramona Shelburne.
Momo.
You got Vince Carter. But we're all here for Tristan Thompson.
Oh.
Well, if they beat the 1 or 2 seed, if they beat Memphis or Denver, I got them in the conference finals.
All right, so then let's say they face, I don't know, the Mavs or the Suns, or you riding with them to the finals?
I got them in the conference finals. And if the matchup's right,
don't sleep on my Kings.
Yeah, the Kings.
Don't sleep on my Kings.
Thank you.
Mark, I love you. I love you, Mark.
Points the other night.
They're just trying to break the playoff drought. That's all they're trying to do. They're trying to break the playoff drought in Sacramento.
I'm sorry, Tristan.
They break.
You have the
They're looking
current
good, bro.
Lakers.
Come on, Tristan. They
You
look
have the
good.
current Lakers.
Yeah.
If we said Lakers or the field, who are you taking?
Lakers or the field?
Yes.
No, I'm taking the field.
Lakers.
I'm taking
Oh,
the field.
Listen, I have
God.
Right.
Sake,
Oh,
man.
my
This dude.
Look at
Yo,
this
y'all
dude
put
over here,
this is
man.
the people they put on television.
Yo, this dude wild.
That's the people
bro.
they put on television.
He's wild.
Wow. That dude said the Lakers or the field. He said bro,
take
you're
the
not
Lakers.
getting a job. Stop it. You're done.
T-
It's over.
TT, that's a lot of clown behavior, bro. And I'm not just saying that because, he's talking against the Kings or dismissing them or whatever. It's just,
No, that's
just a
goofy.
lot of, that's just ridiculous.
That's just flat out goofy.
This guy said I'm taking the Lakers over the field.
This dude had them he had the Los Angeles Lakers in the conference finals. I repeat, that was before. Take LeBron out of this.
Yeah.
That was before LeBron being out. This team, as they stand right now, are 29-32. And people have been saying all year, oh, wait till this happens. Wait till that happens. Wait till this happens. Wait till that happens. They're 29-32. This team's won 3 in a row, and apparently everybody has lost their damn mind.
It's crazy.
That's
to
ridiculous,
see,
man.
Like it be this much of a story. Like the Lakers winning a game against a Dallas team that isn't as good as everybody thinks they are, and people just going off the deep end. Tristan, wild boy though, man.
Yeah,
Tristan really is a wild boy.
He said that day, he had his hand up for those who couldn't see it the whole time. Like, what is your hand in the air for? Like, put your hand down. You look ridiculous.
Hey, with TT, I fell for the okie doke.
Mm-hmm.
I fell for the okie doke when he had the mixtape after the loss against Minnesota. What was that, a year ago or was that 2 years ago? I think it was a year ago.
It feels like an eternity ago. It wasn't long enough.
Fell for the okie doke. But I quickly saw past that. And I was like, you know what? I remember we were having a show call meeting. You probably remember this because he had the mixtape.
I remember the show called meetings.
And then he had the mixtape.
Yeah.
And then like 2 days later, he tried to go back to the well again.
Yeah.
And then I think some stories, TMZ stories came out about it. I said, you know what?
Yo,
I told you, I said, yo, this dude.
Stop talking.
Yeah. If I was in the locker room, I'd probably look at him like, oh, you just be running your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it's sad because I won't take away from what he said during that time. What he said was right.
Mm-hmm.
It was correct. But it's a clear case of the messenger is all wrong. The messenger's all wrong. This is not the guy that anybody can get behind that can, he's a leader of men and nothing like that. No. And then he comes on here, and I don't know what his issue is. I don't even know if he has an issue. Maybe he doesn't have an issue. He's just speaking, flippantly. But yeah, it's TT. Nobody taking you serious, bro. We're not.
It's so sad what that television network has become.
Mm.
That is just goofy.
It
You
is.
got Vince Carter there who could provide something. You got Mark Spears there going into the Hall of Fame. Who could provide something. Ramona Shelburne. Putting Tristan Thompson on television. That's side by side with Patrick Beverly.
Oh,
Different.
Pat Bev.
Different side by side.
Well, Pat
Side by
Bev-
side.
Pat Bev was the next level.
They hand in hand. They ease on down the road together.
I don't understand why guys like Tristan just want to come on there and say whatever. You're already famous. You already made money. Like, what do you need attention?
He's got kids to support, so I'm assuming there's
does.
probably
He does.
that's part of
You got
that.
to keep working. Ain't no retirement plan going on there. But like, why do you just got to come on and say something crazy?
Well, yeah, come on and provide some analytical work. Talk about what? First of all, they're just trying to break the playoff streak. Fam, what the hell do you know?
You couldn't get it done.
What do you know about what this franchise is trying to do? They
Couldn't
threw
get it
your
done
ass
with
out
your
of here.
ass. We failed with you once again. Got losing players out of here
That's
with
it.
losing attitudes.
Nope.
We started winning.
Imagine that.
Mm.
Losing players with losing attitudes got them all out of here. And he was absolutely one of them.
Yeah.
That's silly, man. Hey, we joked yesterday
Uh-huh.
about who he root for, with Orlando being the only really team to root for.
Shout out to my Magic.
It worked. It worked. The Magic beat the Pelicans yesterday.
I was watching some of that game too. New Orleans had to scrap to make it close. They ended up tying it with 4 minutes to go, but then they couldn't do anything down the stretch. New Orleans, you keep looking at these standings, man, and these teams, none of these teams are winning basketball games. And the only thing that happens is we get one step closer to the end of the season every single day.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that happens. New Orleans was one of those teams that was like, oh, man, got to watch out for them. At the time, they're like the 7th seed or the 8th seed. What are they, down to 10th now?
Yeah, they're 10th. Yeah, they're 30-32.
They're tied with Portland.
Mm-hmm. Portland's 29-31 right now, unless I didn't update my standings, which is very possible.
OKC is what are they?
28-32.
11, 12, 13th. So,
But they got the Lakers. Lakers of the field. I'm taking the Lakers.
dudes ain't even in the play-in yet.
That's
Ain't
the
even in the
wildest part
play-in.
about this. You're not even in the tournament. Your season right now is ending on the last day.
Yeah.
And there are these stories, and then you got Tristan out there taking them to the Western Conference Finals, and
I'm taking the field, or I'm taking the Lakers over the field. Stop, bro.
You know what the funny part about this is, and you brought this up a couple of times, that dudes like TT and Brian Windhurst and some of these other people are overreacting to that 27-point comeback against Dallas, because they refuse to acknowledge that their take on Dallas is bad also. That team is not built right. That team, if you want to move forward with Kyrie Irving, and it makes all the sense in the world to do so, you've got a lot of work to do with that roster this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
A lot. And this roster, as it said, I think they're a play-in team. A playoff team. I think they're a 6th seed. But that team has severe deficiencies in it. They had deficiencies before the Kyrie trade,
Right.
when they had a more rounded roster. You could argue whether it was well-rounded or good or whatever.
Right.
Now it's not.
Look, man, this team, on Sunday, when it was in the crunch, when it was money time, on 2 separate possessions, they had poor little Justin Holiday guarding LeBron James on the block. And then they had Luka guarding Anthony Davis on the block. Bro, they got nothing on defense. Nothing on defense that's going to stop anybody. They're a poor man's version of the Kings. They think they could just outscore some people, but they're not as good.
Yeah, they can't.
They're
They
not
don't
as
have enough.
good.
They don't have enough scores.
And this is I'm not going back on what I saw. When I saw the Mavs when they came to Sacramento, I was impressed with what I saw. They have that type of offensive firepower. They have those type of guys. But when I dug down a little deeper and I saw what they were doing on the defensive end, it's not that they don't have anybody on the perimeter that can defend, but they don't have anything in the paint. They got poor little Reggie Bullock trying to be a rim protector. That's not going to get it done. That's not going to get it done. So to your point, everybody got all hyped up when the Mavs got Kyrie and said, this is a big move that could take them to the finals, and now they're seeing it on the court, and they don't want to run it back.
Nope.
So good win. Like if I was a Laker fan, I'd be like, all right, cool. We beat the Mavs, come from behind victory. That's good stuff, but that ain't nobody.
Yeah, you don't apologize for wins.
No,
You take them.
Nobody overreacting to that.
But I don't think the players are overreacting to anything. I think it's the goofs who cover that team or cover this league that are overreacting.
Securing the beam, he says they need to play Christian Wood more. Be honest with you, they need to play JaVale McGee more. That's who they need to play.
The King stopper.
They only play them when they play the Kings.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. That was who he root for last night, boy. Who he root for is something tonight.
Ooh-wee.
Obviously, we're locked in on the Thunder and the Sacramento Kings, but we've got the Lakers at the Grizzlies.
Oh, go Grizz, I guess. Are we go Grizz?
Are we?
Let's discuss it. Do you think the Lakers are going to make the play-in?
No.
All right. Well, if you don't think they're making the playoffs, then
I
go
think
Lakers.
Okay, Lake Show.
I think that's where I'm at with this one. I think
if they beat the Grizzlies and the Kings win tonight, that'll get them a half game behind.
I think that's right. Yeah. Let me confirm.
For 2.
Half game back for 2.
Oh.
So what's the story now? The Lakers want to get to what number they got it? They just want to get to the play-in so they can play Sacramento. Goofy dudes. Got Pacers at the Mavericks. That's easy.
Okay, let's see what's up, Tyrese.
Come on, Shavano.
What's up, Shavano?
Yeah, let's get it done.
Don't trick this off.
Blazers at Warriors. Hashtag Rip City?
Yeah, it's Rip City. It's Rip City.
For sure.
Yeah, Rip City.
Okay.
Rip City.
All right, I'm with it. I mean, we got to have a consensus on this.
Yeah,
What y'all think? Let us know. Blazers at Warriors, and then the Timberwolves at the Clippers.
Shout out to my man Ant-Man.
That's a win-win. No matter what happens, if the Kings take care of business tonight against Oklahoma City, that's a win-win.
Is it a win-win though? Like I feel like if the Clippers win, it wouldn't do nothing for us to put the Timberwolves further back. I think it does more for the Kings.
Distance.
We can get distance on the Clippers.
But I'm talking about, you could get distance on the Clippers. But I think beating the Clippers, Timberwolves beat the Clippers, you're taking a step closer to solidifying a potential 3rd seed. Clippers beating the Wolves, you're getting closer to clinching a playoff spot. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Because the Timberwolves are further back. The Clippers are already there. They're not fighting to get into the top 6. Like, they're already there. I think the top 6 is as it's listed right now. Now, Denver is going to be the 1 seed. I actually think Memphis is going to win enough games to stay the 2 seed. And then you've got Sacramento, Phoenix, LA, and I do think it's Dallas.
You think Dallas?
Unless they told me Steph was back tonight, then I might feel differently.
Dallas got an easy schedule the rest of the way.
And you keep saying that. I've never looked at it.
Yeah, I think James mentioned it too. They got like the easiest schedule in the league to close out the season. And the way they score, like they played San Antonio not too long ago. They could put 130 on San Antonio without playing defense and win the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so I think a lot of that is going to happen for Dallas. I think they got a couple of matchups against the Rockets left. Did you see the Rockets have allowed like 7 career highs this year?
Oh, really? Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness.
They allowed, I had that. Let me see real quick. Here it is. 6 different players have had career high scoring nights against the Rockets this season. Dame 71, Lauri Markkanen 49, Tyler Hero 41, Terrence Mann 31, Keegan Murray with 30,
Hey.
and Trey Jones with 26.
So it's interesting. Dallas's schedule. And just point out a couple of things. They got Indiana tonight.
Mm.
You know, Indiana is whatever they are. I have no idea. They got Philadelphia.
Mm.
These are home games. Phoenix.
Mm.
Then they got Utah and New Orleans after that.
This is kind of weird. I see where you're going.
Then they got 2 with Memphis.
How do they have the easiest schedule?
Like, I don't know. I'm just like, I
see
mean,
where you're going.
you've got a San Antonio down here. You've got a
You
Chicago.
got 2 with Charlotte.
You got 2 with Philadelphia. They haven't played Philadelphia yet this season.
They got 2 with Indiana.
Not to mention they got the Sacramento Kings coming up.
They got to
in
go
April.
to Miami. They got to go to Atlanta. I don't know, dog. They might go into the play. I was just trusting the computers.
I don't see, and got to stop that. Got to stop trust. I don't understand what
should be on the hoop collector.
The strength of schedule. You look at this. You actually have to watch the commercial break to truly get the impact of that line. But it's wild, you know. Philadelphia, Phoenix, Memphis, all in the next 7 games. Is what Dallas has.
If I'm looking at this Maverick schedule, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 easy games. Everything else.
We've got a couple against Charlotte in there. There's a San Antonio
That's
in there.
part. They got the 2 with Charlotte, 2 with San Antonio. Other than that, they all could go either way. All of them. Even Chicago's playing well right now. Chicago's going to be like trying to solidify a playing spot at the end of the season.
Looking at the Kings' next handful of opponents, you obviously got Oklahoma City tonight. You got a playoff team in Los Angeles, play in Minnesota, play in New Orleans, playoffs New York, playoffs Phoenix, playoffs Milwaukee, Chicago. That's on March 15th in Chicago. Playoffs right now, Brooklyn, play in Washington. You still got a Boston game in here. How many times do we play Portland this year?
7. Yeah,
was that only the second matchup against Portland the other night? We got 2 more with them on the 29th and 31st. I say we, obviously. I'm suiting up for those 2 on March 27th.
James might be up
29th.
there.
That's his people. He might be. I wrong dates. March 29th and March 31st are the days of those 2 games in Portland. A lot of road games to close out the Kings season. With the 2 in Portland, they're back for 1 against San Antonio. Then they got at New Orleans, at Dallas. Then they're back for the finale against Golden State, and then they close it out at Denver.
Damn, bro, who doesn't play San Antonio to end the season? Everybody got San Antonio. Who were they losing to at the beginning, earlier in the season, and not have their season series already done?
Who will San Antonio put on the court at that point in the season?
San Antonio, they're gonna like turn up this thing to try and get them odds right. They're gonna turn it up.
And by turn it up, you mean turn it down?
Jesus, I just looked at something. Oh my gosh, how many games in a row is this that San Antonio's lost?
Oh, it's bad. Yeah, San Antonio's bad. San Antonio has lost 16 games in a row, but I think there's 2 separate stretches where they've won 1 game.
Yeah,
in between.
I think it's like, I'm just looking at this. I would say they've won 2 of their last 20. That would be my guess.
It's a decent guess. It's 2 out of their last 24.
They've got 2 wins in 2023.
Oh. January 6th and
it's about to be March 1st tomorrow.
January 6th and January 17th are their 2 W's. They have had, and that's not the first losing streak that they've had like that.
Damn. I just went to the schedule. I was like, this is nasty. And they play.
They were 5-2
yeah.
to start the season. San Antonio was 5-2. That was on October 30th. Nothing has been the same since. Their first lengthy losing streak started right after that.
Wow.
They lost, that looks like 5. That looks like they lost 15 of their next 16 after that.
Well, not our problem. And they're not going to help us. I can safely say
They
that.
lost to Utah on Saturday. They got Utah again tonight. They've been in Utah this whole time.
Yeah, they
Boy,
ain't gonna help us.
Yikes. That is tough.
Did you see
That is tough.
Did you see we talked about it a little bit. Did you see my guys over there? You know, I'm just like I said, I'm just a supporter. You know,
Ooh,
go New
the
York, go
Knicks?
New York, go.
No, that's your squad.
You see what they did?
There's a
last
lot of
night
people
to them?
saying you're going to be conflicted.
No, I'm not going to be
next
conflicted.
Thursday.
No, Thursday. By the
when
way,
they're
Thursday.
here.
I would have been at go to one by myself on Tuesday.
Nah, I would have been hella mad on Thursday if I hadn't met players. Like Kenny told me it was Tuesday.
I would have been there by myself on Tuesday. One time, I went to a Giants game with my grandmother, and we got dropped off, and it was a 1:00 day game. And my mom, she was supposed to pick us up, but she had a flat tire, didn't pick us up. We were there from like at the end of the Giants game at Candlestick Park from like 4:00 to the sun started to go down in the summer. So it was like 7, 8 o'clock. And as we were waiting there, some guys pulled up in a van and they were all hyped. They said, hey, what time is the Giants game today? It was like 7 o'clock. I thought it was a 7 o'clock start. Like it already happened, big dog.
Oh, man.
Really? Oh, I got my kids here with me in the van.
Oh, them poor kids.
I don't know what the game. There was nothing in the parking lot or nothing like that.
Never saw a game.
But Knicks beat the Celtics last night.
They did.
Had Tatum all upset.
Tatum got tossed.
Tatum
was furious. I didn't look to see if Tony Brothers was officiating that game, but
it wasn't. It was that other
Tatum was
smug referee. I can't remember his name, but I recognize
Kevin
him.
Herter referee. Is it that one?
I don't
remember what his
think
name
so.
is
That's a good knowledge by you. I don't think it was him. No.
Yeah, Tatum was tossed last night. The Celtics couldn't score. Is that a testament to your New York Knicks?
I mean, Thibs, that's what he does. They defend.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Manuel quickly. They got a nice little roster though. Like you mentioned the Raptors earlier. I don't think they have the high end.
I don't think the Knicks have a bad roster at all.
You weren't saying that, but I like those pieces. They got pieces that kind of fit, you know, with Barrett and Brunson and Randall. I love Mitchell Robinson. I love Manuel quickly.
Well, probably most importantly, and we'll get to break this team down a lot next week, they got pieces that fit the way their coach wants to play. And that's a part of this equation that I think a lot of people
and one of the
miss.
big acquisitions, I think for them was getting Josh Hart. He looks like he fits exactly what Thibs want.
Hey,
and what's going
Josh
on.
Hart.
I know. I
You did it. Good for you.
I almost called him Jason.
That's
I
all
really
right.
did almost call him Jason.
That's all right.
But Josh Hart. They haven't lost since they got Josh Hart.
Do we have a timeline for Jaylen
Brown? What happened to him?
Well, I don't know if he's. I assumed he's still missing games because of the fractured
No, he played
face.
Saturday.
Oh, did he play Saturday?
He's been playing with the mask.
Has he missed?
He didn't play yesterday.
He missed last night.
Yeah, no, he's been playing with the mask. He was balling on Saturday too.
Who'd they play Saturday?
Philly.
Oh, that's right. I watched that. What am I talking about?
That crazy quirk with the NBA. Did you see two 3/4 court shots go in like a half second?
The Embiid one was. That's right. We were texting about this game. What am I talking about?
Yeah,
the Embiid.
We made our thoughts clear about Philly.
You made your thoughts about Philly
it's all
very
sight
clear.
forever.
Yeah, Tatum, comes up buckets, and Joel literally a split second too late from 3/4 of the court.
Was like, no, don't get hyped.
Yeah,
don't get hyped. It was late. And then
knew.
you saw the next night it happened with Paul George.
Oh, I missed the Paul George one.
Yeah, in the regulation against Denver, he got the rebound, and same thing as Embiid. Like 10th second late. Throws it from 3/4 court all net. Crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that in like a 2-day span like that.
The Joe one was tough though, because you couldn't even get like excited. Like you knew, like it was pretty clear he didn't get the shot off. It's just still always incredible to see a 3/4 court shot drop.
Just all net. They had a lot of that. Shout
Speaking
out to
of,
Ramsey.
We haven't talked about it.
Huh.
That heave from Kawhi at the end.
Oh, gosh.
It drew the front of the rim.
It was right on.
Oh, man.
If it was a couple inches further, that's a bucket. I was about to say something else, but I know what crowd I'm talking to. That reminds me. Shout out to Ramsey. Did you see that Arizona State win over the weekend?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was
Come
nuts.
on, man.
Yeah, that was nuts.
Basketball going crazy right now. Stop playing with us. You can have your little sorry XFL. Basketball going crazy.
Shot at the XFL for no reason.
Did you see the clip?
Called for?
Did you see the clip of the coach throwing his players under the bus?
All right. Calm down for a second. We'll come back. It's Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The coach, I think he used to be an NFL player at Buckley. They go, Coach, what's going on out there? He's like, well, I don't have any guys that can get the job done.
Damn.
Hey, where's Roddy at? Is Roddy in here? Because I looked at bracketology again, and the big notables they have projected going to Sacramento is Arizona and UCLA.
Roddy's an Arizona guy, right?
Yeah.
And Ramsey's Arizona State.
Yeah. John Paul's is UCLA, I think. So John Paul's, you gonna be in the building? That's gonna be a hell of a scene. Obviously, they won't play each other. They'll be on different sides of the bracket. But you get UCLA people in the building, you get Arizona people in the building. That's gonna be money.
I've been looking at this. I've been thinking about taking some courses for a while.
What kind of courses?
Like I was thinking about getting a master's degree, but the program I keep finding is another bachelor's degree.
Get a master's. Get your master's.
And it's at Arizona State. Online. It's Arizona State's online program.
Wow.
Be riding with Ramsey.
Yeah, Sun Devil, huh? What they do? Forks up. Cud and Pete, what's up, man? What's up?
Cud and Pete.
Call my name. What's up, man? What's good?
For those that were asking, no, if De'Aaron's a game time decision. We've got nothing on De'Aaron, and we probably won't until right after like 4:30 is probably when we'll find out.
Thank you, Cud and Pete. He was just correcting me. Sorry. Thank you, Cud. He's always helping the show. Appreciate you.
Cud Pete.
NBA Young Cole driving and listening. What up, man?
Young Cole. Appreciate you. Mark, that's right. I'm pledging on Zoom, baby. Pledging on Zoom.
You could join join the Kappas.
We'll see if they'll take me.
Oh wow. It started already. Roddy saying forks down.
Come on, Roddy.
Michigan with a great win over the weekend. So that was another buzzer beater to go into overtime. Hunter Dickerson, the big 7'1" center, hit about a 30-footer to send the game into overtime.
Matthew out there teaching the kids. Appreciate you, Brody.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate you. Out there doing that work. We got ASU. Man, there's a lot of non-familiar faces walking through this building today.
One of them days again.
Like, yo, did we hire people? Did Kimberly get a bunch of soup again? Like, what's Kimberly doing over there?
Kimberly always got something going on around here.
Always. Well, that's because she runs the whole office. Like, who the hell is that guy?
Hey, who is?
I've seen that guy like 10 times. Who is that big dude that keeps walking by? Does anybody know? Oh, who that is? There's at least 4 people here. I don't know who they are.
Let's see. I know who that is.
He's a big dude. He just walked by. I seen him like 3 times today. I have no idea who he is. He's not dressed like an account executive. He's just
windy outside.
I don't know how to describe him other than a big dude. Charlie knows everybody. Like, we don't know nobody. Yeah, right there. Yeah. Oh God, if Charlie doesn't know who it is.
That happens from time to time. People just be walking.
It could be
in.
Kenny's personal security. Could be.
Did you know? You probably knew this. Did you know who Suge Knight was security for?
Suge Knight was security for. Who Suge Knight was security for?
Very popular R&B guy.
Don't say it. Suge Knight. I do. I know this, and I'm turning away from the chatty house. Oh, I can't because I got to look at Charlie. I can't. I'm not going to be able to remember.
Bobby Brown.
Come on, man.
Suge tells a story that Bobby was afraid to go on the My Prerogative tour, and because he owed some people money, and Suge stepped to them and made them apologize to Bobby, and then Bobby went on tour. That can never be confirmed by anybody other than Suge, but that was the story.
I'll just let Suge have it. It's fine. I knew that. Damn it. Download recordings. Corners of the culture. Shout out to Dr. David. Dr. David asks, "Is that Bob from accounting? Be careful." I don't know. It's one of those days where there are people walking around the hallways that we don't recognize at all, and we're trying to figure out who some of these people are.
Yeah.
And there's nothing we could do. We just sit here in the studio, like, kind of walk by and glance in. Oh, what's going on in there? Then you got the people who are really like afraid to look in because they don't want to. They're afraid they're gonna like break concentration or make eye contact with the animals, so they just keep moving. Keep moving. Nothing to see here.
Hey, can I give a quick shout out real quick?
Yeah, a quick shout out real quick.
To all the Northern California San Joaquin section high school that are going to state championships that start tonight. Just a plethora of them. Jesuits in there, obviously.
Yeah.
Endercombe, Folsom, Modesto Christian, Sac High on the men's side. My girls, CKM Lions, wow. They've got Oakland Tech on the girls' side, Folsom on the girls' side, like all over the place. Good luck to all my Sacramento and surrounding area teams as they get started with state playoffs tonight.
You know what that means? It's Joe Davidson time, baby.
Yeah, man.
It's Joe D. We'll get Joe D in here to break down everything that's going on. We'll get Chris Biederman in here in about 25 minutes to let us know everything going on in Oklahoma City as he drew that straw to go on this trip. He'll be with us.
Was it Jason just in LA? Jason Anderson was in LA.
JA got LA and Chris Biederman got Oklahoma City.
Yeah, that's that might.
JA pulled rank on him.
What do you think is the worst spot?
Oklahoma City.
Over Utah?
Yeah, I think it's Oklahoma City.
Mm.
I'll be clear. I've never been to Oklahoma City.
I haven't either.
I've also never heard a nice thing about Oklahoma City. Or like oh no, this is really great. I've never heard that at all. So I'm gonna go Oklahoma City. Utah, I've seen like Utah. If nothing else, it's beautiful. If nothing else, like it looks nice. I don't know what Oklahoma City looks like.
Oklahoma City has a really, really tall building downtown. It's like really tall.
Well, there you go. there's reason to go on this trip. That's what Chris Peterman said.
I'm not sure I ever go to Oklahoma City unless it's I don't know, Western Conference Finals or something like that.
Yeah, that would be a
like
reason.
when would I take the time to just be like,
I don't know,
time and money to be like, I'm gonna go to OKC for no reason.
Well, they'll probably get the All-Star game in 2 years.
Yeah,
so
we won't go to that one like we didn't go to Utah.
That's right. Hey, you guys want to go? We will get you into the gift suites and everything. Nah.
We'll get you into the game. Nah.
We're good.
Like playing in the game. You guys can play in a celebrity game. Nah. Cool.
Still in Utah or no? No, it's in Utah. That's cool. We'll go. We'll get you next time. We'll get you next time. Not next time as in Indiana next time. Just next time is whenever they announce a city that sounds like it's going to be fun to go to.
B-Lo and JC are probably having a fit in the OKC over us talking about how we have no interest in going to OKC because we do that when people talk about Sacramento.
No,
Sacramento's in California. No, there's a difference.
That's fine. What do you? Okay, we're not going to write an article in the Athletic trashing it either.
Right. I'm not even trashing it. I just don't have any interest in going.
Yeah.
Could be a fine place.
It might be. And I'll take your word for it. I'm sure there are a lot of fine places. I'll pass.
Did you see Trista's co-host try to apologize?
I did. They tagged us in it. They wanted a cosign from ESPN 1320, D-Lo and KC. Yeah, I didn't get it. I was like, oh, this is cute. It was funny too because BetQL is like our part. Like we're in the same family.
Yeah.
And we were told, when Danny was, you guys got to follow BetQL and interact with. All right, cool. I think it was the day Trista was with us. I think it was that same day.
Yeah.
An alert for our ESPN 1320 account. What's this? Oh, BetQL just started following you because they wanted to tag you in this video where Trista's co-host apologized for being a jackass.
Get Sacramento off his back.
Nah, Brody. Sacramento, stay on your neck.
You're going to have to wear that at least for the rest of this season.
Yeah, we staying on your neck, bro. Sorry, we can't help you.
And then it kind of does the whole thing where like he apologizes, but still kind of takes a bit of a shot. Like that's what these guys do. That's what these national guys do. Like they'll I guess I was wrong. I mean, they still don't play defense, but I guess no, stop, bro.
Let me see if I can find it.
Stop. Like we're not having it. Not having it. And then he tried to equate the misery that he has with the teams that he follows, the Sacramento's misery, and Sacramento seems like a fine place. Stop, bro.
Bro, knock it off.
No. We're not going for that.
It's going.
There's gonna be very little passes given out for any apologies. Say your little quick remark and then get the hell on.
Yeah, I don't think we're giving out passes. It's over. Like you missed it. I go back to Stan Van, the day of the first TV game, the Brooklyn game.
Mm-hmm.
We gave Stan Van an opportunity to get on board. We said, Stan Van, we got a first-class seat for you, reserved on the bandwagon. You could get on now. It's going to get crowded. Not speaking specifically to Stan Van Gundy, but if you didn't get on the bandwagon then, it's full. It's full. And now everything is by committee. We'll all meet and decide if you can get in.
And to be honest with you, it's probably going to be a no.
It almost, I can't think of very many people who weren't riding with us that we'd be willing to let on right now.
Yeah, we're going to enjoy this right here with ourselves. We don't need the coffee boys and the baristas coming around here and giving their half-assed apologies and explanations to why they would say stuff so stupid in the past. Take TT with you.
Have we ever talked about how great Trista is at her job?
No, she's phenomenal.
She's really good.
No, she's really good at her job.
Here's Nick to clear the air.
Oh, hi there, King's Twitter. Seems to me you're having a pretty good day.
You're already a jackass. 5 seconds in, you're already a jackass.
Hey, huh? It's very this is like the nice, happy area of Twitter, right? Everybody's happy. You're celebrating your 33rd win of the season. Good job for the Kings, right? Your best win percentage right now since 2000.
He looks like someone that you want to punch in the face repeatedly. Just like you
I don't
want to
like- I
go,
don't like dude's tone.
you want to go full menace to society on this dude.
I don't like his tone,
Fine.
man. I really
love
don't.
this. I was wrong, and I thought that this team would go under that 32.5 win total, and that's fine. Most people did outside of your fan
No,
base. But
no. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about right there. We ain't talking about most people and all this to justify your bad decision. Just say I was wrong and keep it moving.
But seems that there's a few things that I need to.
I swear to God, I swear to the Lord above, I'm gonna punch this dude in his throat. This little condescending jackass.
You're gonna do him
I'm gonna
like
punch this dude in his
you're
throat.
gonna do him like Jake Shuttlesworth did the guy, Lala's boyfriend, and he got game.
Oh,
Remember when he hit him and he's like, "What? I can't hear you now. I can't hear you. What'd you say?"
Just like that.
Maybe clear up, just to clear the air with you a little bit. So we're gonna go through a few tweets that I've gotten today. First things first, the tweets about the city of Sacramento. Come visit us. We'll show you it's not
No.
so bad. Which first off
No,
is
you
actually
can't- no.
Can't come
nice
here.
compared to some of the other things
You're
I've
not.
seen.
You're not.
Why would I insult a city I've never been to? So let's just get that out of the way now. Nothing to do with the city of Sacramento whatsoever.
No.
The funny thing
Yeah.
is, he's probably responding to like 4 people. He thinks he's talking to all of Twitter, but he's talking to like 4
Hey,
people.
None of the people I know talk about, "Hey, come here."
No, yeah, your ass ain't invited. And I'll make sure. First order of business on Friday. Trista, tell your boy he ain't welcome.
Nope.
Everybody I've met from Sacramento seems very nice, except for a lot of these other tweets in here, like, hey, you should come to a Kings game and get naked and stand at midcourt while we throw things at you.
No,
That's what the
What's
hell
wrong with you?
no.
Throw
Said, I think
tomatoes
Kings
at
game
him.
Probably kid friendly, so I don't think that's a punishment that we should get with. So nothing wrong with the city of Sacramento whatsoever. Why would I insult them? Secondly, Kings fans seem to be insulted as though
Someone
I've
married this guy.
insulted
Like,
you.
I
as a
just noticed that he's got a wedding ring on. Somebody married this dude. Someone's like, yeah, I want to spend the rest of my life with this guy.
fan base. It's actually the contrary.
I'll tell you this. Your wife would hit you in the head with a steel chair if you came home and talked to her like this. Just go full on Edge and Christian concerto on you.
As a fan, long-suffering fan of the Knicks and the Redskins football team, Commanders, whatever we're calling our team this year, I know what it's like to suffer through bad ownership, horrible, awful, terrible front office decisions that are so stupid, nobody ever wants to take your franchise seriously again.
They still
So
pass them
actually-
again. Nobody asked you all that. Nobody asked you all that. Your responsibility was to come in here and apologize for your sorry take about taking the under. Nobody asked you about the history. Nobody asked you to justify your sorry take with your sorry teams that you like, and nobody taking you. See, that's what I'm talking about. I don't like the answer. I don't like his tone. I don't like his disposition. Continue.
Quentin was better at this than this dude was.
We have a lot in common, see?
No,
Why
we
would I
don't.
insult a fan base that suffered as much as I have? In fact, I'd say that we're Eskimo brothers.
Jesus
What?
Christ.
Excuse me?
Oh, all right. We'll cut that part out. Apparently, that's not what that means. So we'll move on from that. So I just want to get this out of the way. I'm very happy for you. Congratulations on your 33rd win of the season. That being said, the West is now loaded, and you're not getting out of the first round.
You can kiss my ass.
Condescending jackass. This dude is trash. And I'm going to quote tweet this. This dude is a jackass. Trista, we'll just form it, deserves better.
We're tweeting live on the air. You guys can see this on the stream too. We tweeting so you can see it.
This dude is a jackass. Trista Crick deserves better. Tweet.
Tweet.
Everybody watching and listening,
I'm
go
a quote
go,
tweet.
go retweet.
I'm a quote
Go.
tweet. Hey, matter of fact, everybody go to his Twitter and put tomatoes on.
Oh
under his
yeah,
replies.
dude. Yeah, that's it.
Put tomatoes under his replies. Tell him we sent you.
That
did-
QL had the nerve to make sure we saw that.
what did I know we probably shouldn't talk about this, but what did Ron Isley do in the one video with that guy?
Ain't doing that. No, ain't doing that.
He said, I did this to you.
No.
Tell him we sent it.
What video was that?
I don't know.
Oh,
I'm talking about Ron Isley. That's all I'm talking about. Look at me.
oh
I did this
man.
to you.
We joked about oh, y'all are the best. Y'all jumped on that tweet quick. Y'all jumped on that quick.
Go hit him with the
quick.
tomatoes.
Oh man.
And tell him like I said, tell him we sent you. I did this to you.
Oh man. Well, we joked about Indiana, talking about all these
We
different
really are
places.
Obnoxious.
We are,
We
man.
really are.
Hey,
We didn't tell any lies. The
we
Kings
warned
are any
you.
good.
We
It
warned
was
you.
it's gonna be ugly.
We gonna be
I ain't gonna lie.
unbearable.
I might hate us if I didn't if I wasn't a Kings fan. I ain't gonna lie. We ain't even clinched nothing yet. Wait till that happens. Wait till that happens.
Boy, there's gonna be champagne bottles everywhere when this team clinch a playoff berth. We're gonna be hitting. We gonna by 3:00. It's gonna be lit.
Hey, who gonna be Chris Bosh?
This is gonna be you. Who's Chris Bosh in that champagne bottle? Who's Chris Bosh in that champagne bottle? We go. Hey, Kings clinch a playoff spot. I'll recreate the Chris Bosh. I take that back. I'm writing checks I can't cash. I ain't doing that. Oh man,
that's an all-time.
The Chris Bosh gif is. I'm not. I got to make sure. Since we still had this pulled up, is that a?
Oh man. But yeah, man, we make it to the playoffs. Come on, man. Come on, bro. It's gonna be crazy. Oh no. Oh, no.
Yeah. Somebody got to recreate.
Who's doing it?
Chris Bosh.
Stephen Brown. Are you recreating John Paul's Ramsey?
Colin's like, don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Please. Oh man.
Oh man. Shout out to the Hall of Famer.
There's still 20-something games left.
It don't matter. We talking our talk right
There's
now.
still 20-something.
And it ain't gonna
left.
stop till I don't know when. I don't know when.
You know, people have been using the term, and I think maybe some media members who haven't lived through this or whatever the case may be have talked about house money. And I think this team, and it's Mike Brown. I think Chris Biederman can attest to this when he joins us here shortly. He'll be with us live from OKC in just a few minutes. Like, this team isn't, despite what TT says, Kings insider TT at the desk. This team isn't about just breaking the playoff drought. This team is about doing something this year. Like, no one goes into it, and I think this is true for Sacramento as well. No one goes into the season going, guys, let's just make the playoffs. I mean, you have moments of reflection when the season is over, and you look at the steps that you took to get where you are, and maybe, if the Sacramento Kings are eliminated in May, come June, July, Summer League, whatever, you can reflect on the season and go, man, we did a lot of really positive things. In fact, you do that before July because you're gearing up for free agency. You think about all of the things that you did right. You think about the steps you took. You think about how well things went. And then you think about, what do we have to do to go further than we did last year? And while the playoff drought is a talking point for us, I think it's just us. They know about it. They're aware of it. Terrence Davis made it very clear to us. They're aware of it. But that's not the end of the story. Like, the Kings clinch a playoff spot with 3 games left. That's not the end of the story for them.
Right.
The book doesn't close after that. They, as crazy as it sounds, but I think it's the right mentality to have, this team has aspirations of winning a championship.
Yeah.
That's what every team in the league have. You have aspirations of winning a championship. And then when you get as far as the playoffs, who's the hell to say you can't?
Come on, man.
Especially in this conference.
Yeah, I was about to say, especially this year. I meant what I said. I said it a couple of months ago. This team could get to the NBA Finals this year. Am I saying they will? Am I guaranteeing it? Are there bad matches? Did the West get better? Absolutely. I'm not saying anything other, but I look at the way they play. I look at the talent that they have. I look at what's around them. They absolutely could get to the finals this year. I just got done talking about how nobody can stop them offensively. Nobody can stop them. They got 2 all-stars that work perfectly together. They're going to have the best atmosphere. Like if they get a home court advantage and all this other stuff, they're going to have the best home court advantage in the playoffs. The best home court advantage in the playoffs. Put all those things together, absolutely they can get there. Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind. I don't see any team where they can't do it. They can't beat that team. They can't beat that team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it.
The team doesn't, even the best team in the conference, I think they strangely match up really well with.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say like that. I mean, the Denver Nuggets are fantastic, but the Kings match up well with them at some point. The point in all of that is, tying, that dude, BetQL dude's 2-minute nonsense in with Tristan Thompson's 47-second nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
As much as we talk about the playoff drought, that's not what this is about. The Sacramento Kings are one of 30 NBA teams. Those 30 NBA teams are competing to win a championship. There's only a handful of them that have a realistic opportunity. Where we're 60 games into this, what's the reason that Sacramento doesn't have an opportunity? Like they've got
because they've never done it before. Is that that's what everybody will go on? Because if you're watching the games, you know that they can play with anybody.
And how far-fetched is it to say that they can't get to the Western Conference Finals or the NBA Finals when, in fact, one of the teams that y'all national media people love and cherish so much just did it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the Kings are doing this without the likes of Chris Paul, without that media darling, that Hall of Fame player that you guys love so much. They have a young team they have a group that they've built together with. If the MVP race is wrapped up, then the Coach of the Year race is wrapped up.
Yeah.
Y'all want to anoint Nikola Jokic already? That's all right. That's all right. He's having a phenomenal season. I'm going to do the same with Mike Brown. Mike Brown is this year's Coach of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
If the MVP race is that far removed already with 20 games, that's fine. The same exact thing can be said for the Coach of the Year race. So I'm calling him Coach of the Year for the rest of the season.
I'm with it. 100%.
2-time Coach of the Year,
Mm.
Mike Brown, by the way. And this one's going to look a whole lot different than that last one he had.
Yeah, this one's going to be fun. This one's going to be fun. I can't wait.
I love this
Taste the
team. I love
postseason.
covering this team, man. It's so this is and I saw someone in here who's I think it was a Suns fan who's tapping in with us for the first time in a long time. He was like, "Man, it's good. It's good to feel the vibes of this show because I tapped in with y'all last year, and at this time last year it was over."
And so a best of that season.
It'd be a short show. That'd be a short show, man.
Oh man,
yeah, that would be a short
show. It's been. We say this all the time. Like the way this season is, or excuse me, this city is today. It's never seen this level of success. Sacramento in 2002, 2004, 2005. It's a different place than what it is today. I remember George Karl. I know people feel some way about George Karl, but he said something perfect. He said Sacramento is a town that's trying to transition to a city. And I understood exactly what he's talking about. And he was talking more so like from the origins, like from 96 or something like that, all the way to now. Like it's transitioning into a real major city. Transition is continuing to happen. Like go downtown and see what's happening on the other side of the railroad tracks. Like development and buildings are about to be going up left or right. It's going to look so much different. This city, the way it is now, has not seen the Kings, which is the lifeline of this city. The Kings are the lifeline and the bloodline, so to speak, of the pulse of this city. They haven't seen it at a high level. and it's about to go crazy. It's about to go crazy.
Don't let we've got Chris Biederman coming up. We've got our hope is they're traveling right now. Our hope is Coach David Patrick's going to be with us at the top of the 3:00 hour, and then Jason Jones right after that. Don't let this show end without us talking about the latest Dan Snyder thing.
Okay.
It is incredible. Like infuriating, incredible. I was on it all morning. We'll share that with you. Chris Biederman joins us live from Oklahoma City next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, it's incredible.
Damn.
Like there isn't like a world where that type of behavior doesn't result in a person like you or me or anyone watching being in prison.
Damn. I want to hear it immediately. I'll be right back. I'm going to go early.
Yeah, day feels a little longer, doesn't it? Oh, man, what y'all got going in here? I saw that. That's great stuff. Go ahead, Charlie. All righty. All right. Well, welcome. Just every once in a while, someone walks by the window, and I'm like, who's that? Yeah, Charlie knows everybody. It's one thing for me to not know somebody. Charlie knows everyone. He's out there in the midst of all of this. Oh, man. I appreciate y'all for getting on that tweet. That's pretty funny. I'm going to have to text Tristan, tell her, sorry, we blew her dude up on the radio. The rocket. Oh, the tomatoes. The tomatoes are out. Oh, that's incredible. Oh man, let's see. Yeah, dude, I couldn't believe. Like we already know, right? Like we know what Dan Snyder is. But the stuff now with that $55 million loan is incredible. Like it's absolutely incredible. Like, sir, you're a felon at like the highest level. Well, Securing the Beam said it, and that certainly appears to be the case. That certainly appears to be the case.
Look what I got today from the Dope Ones. Come on, man.
Yeah, buddy.
Come on, man. Look at this. Come on, man. Come on, you feel a hoop head in 90. This is the moment right here. Shout out to the Dope Ones, man. This is sick.
Yes, indeed. I'm taking the Basquiat home with me, but our goal is to put these up. He just have these laying around his house. Like he's got hella pictures laying around his house. I know he used to do shows and stuff like that. Our goal is to put these up, but I still haven't asked Aaron permission. I should flag Aaron down the next time I see him. Hey man, can we put these up? Jonathan said it was fine. We just got to get Aaron's permission first. And I didn't realize when we recorded Corners of the Culture, Donnie was sitting in front of the D-Lo and KC banner right there. He created that. Like those are his logos.
He even fixed it when I got my braces.
Put your mic on. That's fine. Yeah, that's the old one. Someone sent the old one to them. I think
That's a new one. He closed.
Oh, did it? Oh, it was wider?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, he made me a lot more better looking than I really am in that thing over there. J. Cole. Yep, J. Cole's over here. He's directly behind me. We got J. Cole, Whitney, Nipsey's back there, Basquiat's in front, Lauryn Hill, and Bob Marley.
Speaking of,
Yeah, hit the thumbs up while you're here. Good call, David Jackson. Good call, David J. David Jackson and David J. Two separate people. Hit those thumbs up, man. We really, really, really appreciate it.
you saying something right now about J. Cole just had me thinking. I think I'm ready for some more J. Cole.
I think we got something coming.
Got something coming?
I think so.
He's got I saw something for he's having like the Dreamville Fest or something in a couple months. So he might have some music dropping before that. Did you see Dr. David had that scene from He Got Game?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say? Can't hear you. Look at Rosario Dawson. Lord have mercy. That was my girl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sending a quick apology note to Trista Crick. Like, hey, we kind of blew your boy up on the air. Sorry about that. We thought the clip was a little disrespectful.
We didn't like the tone. I'll tell him that. I don't know you. Could be a good guy. I didn't like your tone.
Yeah,
It's what it is.
sorry about that, TK.
TK, we didn't like your tone, bro.
We didn't like it, but we love the tone of our guy right here.
Hey,
Chris.
What's up, boys?
Peter, live.
How you guys doing?
Chris Petermans.
I'm about to say, Chris, get the hell away from that window. Get in the bathroom.
Chris, I guess that's first order of business. Chris, are you safe?
Yeah, it's actually been super sunny the last couple days. Sunday night it got a little hairy. Your boy was running back through the rain and the wind, seeing lightning in the distance, and so I wasn't about to be trapped in that arena, so I came back. Wasn't going to wait in the car because I couldn't imagine that there'd be any Lyft drivers or Uber drivers moving around. So just ran back. It was about a little over a mile. I definitely needed the exercise and was able to write from my room. But no, since all those tornado warnings and stuff from Sunday, it's been sunny and nice. It kind of, dare I say, it feels a little bit like California. I know it's raining where you guys are, but it's been nice to walk around and feel the sun on my face. That's for sure.
Look, all jokes aside, I would be terrified if I was in Oklahoma City and the alarm sounded for a tornado. I'm a California boy. I'm not used to none of that stuff. They sound the alarm talking about tornado. I would be terrified.
Kenny'd still be in the tub. They say get in the tub. They haven't told me to get out.
That would be
it's
me.
kind of it's kind of a scary sound. Like it sounds like, you play Call of Duty or something. It sounds like a bomb siren. So like luckily I got back to my room before the siren started going off, and it wasn't even that windy or anything, but I could see the light. I knew I was okay to try to walk home because I was looking for lightning, and I was counting to about 20, 25 before I heard any thunder. So I knew it was kind of far away, and I'm staying, like I said, about a mile from the arena. So but yeah, it was my first experience with tornado warnings. That's for sure.
That's a lot. Chris Peterman's favorite artist, by the way, Jay-Z. Can you guess Chris Peterman's favorite Jay-Z album?
I'm gonna go with American Gangster.
Oh, it's up there. It's up there. I think it's Black Album. Just because
Black Album more than I do.
That's probably the album I listened to the most, like in high school. So like first started driving around and having, I was a cool kid who had subs in my car back in high school, and
oh yeah,
yeah, that was definitely me bumping around. And so Black Album got the most spins for sure. So I think I don't know that I can categorically say it's Jay-Z's best album, but I think I feel comfortable saying it's the one I like the most because I can associate it to, that point in your life where you have a little bit of independence. You're starting to socialize a little bit and become, or at least take steps towards adulthood.
It's a fluid list. That used to be at the top for me. Now I think it's fourth.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Yeah. I think
I've heard this. I thought you always liked it.
I love that. No, I started listening to 444 more, and I appreciate it a lot more than I used to. And then we did the podcast, and the conversation is actually birthed because Chris texted me that he heard the Blueprint podcast. When we did that episode, I was like, oh my god, the Blueprint's incredible.
That's the one. Is it? And I always like hesitate saying that because I'm like, damn, I don't want to disrespect Reasonable Doubt, but the Blueprint is. Remember, for about 2 weeks, I said it was the greatest album of all time.
And then we did the Ready to Die episode. Yeah, spoiler alert, Chris. That's on the way. We did the Ready to Die episode, and then you changed your mind.
Yeah, I think you can switch between Reasonable Doubt, Black Album, Blueprint, and American Gangster for me. And I think on any given day, 444, there are some songs that certainly are up there. When he did the show, I don't know if you guys saw him when he came to Sacramento, but I went to the show when he was in Oakland. He did Smile a cappella, which was crazy to me. He brought this cancer survivor up on stage and then performed Smile for her a cappella, and I was like, damn, that was a moment. I've seen Jay-Z a bunch of times in concert, but that was one of the coolest ones. I saw him the first time I saw him was one of the radio station shows in LA, and it had been a while since he did a show, and he did the thing where like he went around pointing out people in the crowd, even like in the upper deck, people had signs or people had jerseys on, and was just telling everybody in the building how much they appreciated them individually, and like pointing out people close to the stage, like voicing every word and telling them how much he appreciated them. And I saw him later. He didn't do that. I think it was something. It was something to where, you know, he hadn't been on stage for a while. But no, for me, one of the reasons why Jay's my favorite artist is because when you see somebody in person, just the stage presence, the ability to say every line of their song, the ability for this music to actually sound good in person, as opposed to just, you know, having the sound on in the background and being messed up on stage and dancing around and all that. Like, Jay's a real performer and a real MC. So that goes a long way for me. I'm sure you guys can relate.
You know, if he wants to, he can go on tour again. Like, Jay, if you're listening, like, if you want to, you can do it again.
Jay don't need that. You know, his wife is going on tour. They announced all these dates, and then they added like 20 more. They were like, "Yeah, this went well. Let's just add more." They had he's doing 3 shows in LA.
That's crazy.
They're stadium shows too, right?
Yeah. They're at Allegiant Stadium. They're at
Jay's still in an arena.
SoFi.
I know he did the thing with Justin. I know, but yeah. If Jay was by, Jay still.
He did.
It's hard to say any hip hop act is going to go to a stadium. Like, it's
true.
Well,
I think On the Run was a stadium tour, but
that was Beyonce.
That was Beyonce. Yeah,
that was like a baseball stadium tour too.
Yeah.
I saw him at the Rose Bowl.
I'll never forgive myself for passing up Yankee Stadium with Jay and Eminem. The stupidest.
Yeah,
that's top 5 dumb. De'Aaron Fox is our Beyonce. How's he doing? It's as smooth as the transition you're gonna get.
De'Aaron Fox. So he's dealing with wrist soreness. I saw him at shoot around today, and he didn't know really what the injury stemmed from, and I think there might be a chance that it happened on the windmill dunk. He wasn't really sure. He's gonna be a game time decision. Put it this way, I wouldn't be surprised if he did not play. When they let you in to shoot around, typically the guys are getting shots up and all that. And Fox wasn't even shooting. He was just kind of milling around and getting rebounds from Malik Monk and talking to his teammates and stuff. So it wouldn't be surprising if he didn't play. But again, he's going to be a game time decision, and we'll know more here in a little bit. I'm gonna run over to the arena after this and try to get some intel. But I think the soreness at least prevented him from shooting at shoot around and participating in any sort of contact drills at practice this morning. So it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't play, but again, we'll see. He's going to be a game time decision.
Probably one of those things, you know, talk to Alvin Gentry. It's like, if the playoffs.
Oh Lord, don't do that. Don't do that. I hope he didn't hurt his wrist on the windmill dunk.
I hope not either, because then he might not want to do it.
He'll never dunk again. He'll go back on his dunk strike that he was on last year.
One of the things we talked about, and look, very confident in the Sacramento Kings. If you listen to this show at all, we feeling great about the Kings and their prospects of making to the playoffs. But we're not arrogant. We're not just once again putting the cart before the horse. They got things.
Not arrogant.
Are you sure? Not arrogant. We're out here just talking our talk.
Obnoxious, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But I say all that to say, I mean, what about if, just precautionary wise, they sat him tonight? That would give him what we say 5 days before
Yeah.
the Clippers game.
Yeah.
For somebody who's been going hard and like has been, had a lot of miles on his legs, even since coming back from the All-Star break, might not be the worst thing in the world. Not conceding the game, but just saying there's an opportunity, especially with SGA not playing, that maybe you sit Fox just to make sure.
Yeah, we've seen it throughout the league, right? Like this isn't a new discussion. And there's, I think they would love for Davion Mitchell to maybe get in a little bit more of an offensive rhythm. They certainly feel like they have enough ball handling with Mitchell and Malik Monk and even Domantas Sabonis bringing the ball up here and there. And with the way Monk and Terrence Davis has been playing, you could probably afford a game without Fox here and there, because I think, maybe earlier in the season, there would be times where Terrence Davis was in and out of the rotation, not really in a rhythm, but he's playing pretty well now. And you've seen even the last few games that he enters the game before Malik Monk does. And so that indicates that Mike Brown feels good about where TD's at. And then, if you have them both going, which both seem to be playing at a pretty reasonable clip right now, then you could probably absorb a game in Oklahoma City without Fox, if you can get those guys to play with an offensive rhythm and play with the requisite defense. So, and maybe it allows, Kevin Huerter's been a guy hasn't been playing in crunch time recently. He's not been shooting as well recently as he has been early in the season. He was not in the game in crunch time the last two games. So maybe that's an opportunity for him to get more touches and more of a rhythm too. So yeah, with the extended time off after this game, Kenny, I think you make a great point. It would certainly not be the worst thing in the world for the Kings to give Fox a break, particularly since, they've won 3 straight coming out of the All-Star break. It's obviously tight and loaded up in the West, but given how good their roster has played for most of the season, they should be able to beat an OKC team without Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Our man Chris Biederman, always live. This time from Oklahoma City, though, as the Kings take on the Thunder for the 3rd time this season, for the 2nd time in a row. And you mentioned Kevin Huerter a minute ago there, Chris. Let's stay on that for a second. Are you concerned about that stretch of play he's had recently?
I don't know if concern's the word. I think this happens with shooters in the NBA that, they can fall in and out of rhythm. He was, at like a 50% clip for the first 6 weeks of the seasons or so from 3-point range. And just, you obviously knew that wasn't going to sustain and it was probably going to level out at some point. But I think it's the slump, if you even want to call it a slump, is prolonged a little bit longer than even he would like. And the good thing, and this was something I was talking to Mike Brown about at practice yesterday, like this might be corny and cliche coach speak type stuff, but like when the Kings signed that all-in contract early on in the season, one of the stipulations that Mike Brown talked about with the players was like, while being all in is that accepting your role no matter what it is to help the team win games, and being okay if you're not on the floor in crunch time in important situations, which has happened, right? Like we've seen Keegan Murray not be on the floor in crunch time throughout the season at different points. We've seen Huerter do it now. We've seen Malik Monk score 40 points against the Clippers on Friday and then not be on the floor in crunch time on Sunday in OKC. And what Mike Brown will point to is like, look, there are guys on the bench like Matthew Dellavedova and Alex Len who hasn't even gotten a shot at all this season. And those guys are completely okay with their roles. And so what Mike Brown would tell somebody like, Terrence Davis, Kevin Huerter, anybody who might be upset that they're not on the floor at the most important moments of the game, they'd be like, well, look at those guys. Those guys aren't even having an opportunity. And those guys are being professional and they're not doing anything to hurt the team. There's no bickering. There's no complaining about their playing time. And it's sort of a tone setter, right? So like while, Matthew Dellavedova's role on the team might not seem outwardly important, he's sort of setting the tone with his attitude, and Rashawn Holmes and Alex Len and those types of guys are accepting their role and realizing like, hey, the team's winning. Like our roles have to be what they are. And so that trickles upwards to the guys who are in the rotation who might feel a certain way about, not being on the floor in crunch time. So And Mike Brown has shown throughout the year that he's going to go with a hot hand. They use Trey Lyles, Harrison Barnes, Keegan Murray, along with the 2 All-Stars. That lineup had only been on the floor 3 minutes together all season. But Mike Brown went to it because Trey Lyles was playing well, and he wanted Harrison Barnes to defend Lou Dort. And Keegan Murray had one of his best 2-way games of the season. So he wasn't about to change that lineup all that much. So that sort of speaks to, I think, again, it's cheesy culture stuff, but that speaks to the environment that I think Mike Brown has created there, to where guys can be taken off the floor at key times, and no one really has anything bad to say about it because they're winning games and because other people are accepting of those scenarios. So I think ultimately for Kevin Huerter, once he gets his shot back, which who knows if it's going to come back, or at what rate it's going to come back, but I think, given that Terrence Davis has been shooting well recently and Malik Monk's obviously been playing pretty well, they can absorb stuff like that. And again, too, like the depth is a big reason why they can absorb a shooting slump from Kevin Huerter.
And the things that you talk about, Chris, they may sound corny, but they matter. You know what I'm saying? They matter. We talked about it on the show. You look at that Malik Monk game tying 3 on Friday night, and they have the bench reaction. All of them, even Rashawn Holmes, Alex Lynn, hyped, ready to go. Like, just hyped to see the team success, to see one of their teammates do something that helps win a basketball game. And it may be corny, but it's right. Like, that stuff matters. And I think, to your point, Kevin Huerter or anybody else is going through a shooting slump, or maybe they're not getting the minutes they would like. They know, hey, if I'm here for the team, I know that it may turn around real quick, and I got to be ready to go. And I'm all about winning with this group. And Mike Brown has fostered that type of environment.
Yeah, he talked to Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter the long road trip before the All-Star break, that 7-gamer. After Huerter really had a tough shooting couple nights in Minnesota in that series up there, he talked to both those guys in Houston and just laid it all out, discussing like, hey, like, you guys are obviously important, but there are going to be times where not everybody's going to be on the floor in clutch situations. It's just not how it's going to be. And when you have, Trey Lyles, who's capable of a 15-point game and hitting a handful of threes, that maybe Trey Lyles in a certain matchup is going to be the guy, or maybe it's going to be Terrence Davis, or maybe it's going to be Monk, or maybe it's going to be Huerter. So they do have enough guys to where Mike Brown can justify it and say, look, these are the people that are playing well. These guys are helping us win games in these moments. And if those guys aren't playing well, then you guys need to be, playing defense and rebounding and being prepared, so we can call on you to maybe do other things if your offensive game isn't necessarily there. And it's working because they're winning. Now, we'll have to see, like, if they lose some games, some bigger games down the stretch, and maybe they fall in the standings and some things like that are happening, maybe guys are going to feel a different way about it. But for right now, while they're winning games, I think everybody's pretty content with the situation. And ultimately, that culture is really the underlying reason, I think, aside from, Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox being all-stars, just that culture is a huge reason why this team is back to being a playoff contender like it hasn't been, for the last 16 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kenny said it beautifully. You got players with losing mentalities who didn't want to be here off the team, and suddenly the team is winning.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Domas and De'Aaron are a big part of that, and we'll go back to the if De'Aaron is out tonight. This is an Oklahoma City team that really struggles to rebound the ball, period. They struggle to rebound the ball against Sacramento, even more so. Is this a heavy dose of Domas tonight if De'Aaron Fox is out?
Well, one of the interesting things, through the first 3 quarters on Sunday, they were tied at rebounding. So they each team had 32 rebounds, and then I think the Kings out-rebounded them by I forget the number off the top of my head, but it was like 10 or something in the fourth quarter when they pulled away. So yeah, I mean, they don't have a true center is their issue. And so they have a lot of a lot of perimeter guys and not a lot of shooting. They have a lot of smart players and good passers and decision makers, but ultimately they don't have guys who you can depend on to make a bunch of shots, which means the rebounding opportunities are going to be there. And I would imagine that was something Mike Brown really harped on, because I mean, you saw it in the fourth quarter of that game, like with the rebounding total being tied between the two teams. You'd look at the rosters and be like, the Kings should be, really dominating the glass, and they just weren't. And then when they went on the run in the fourth quarter, the rebounding numbers started to tick back in their direction. So, I think, Domantas Sabonis hasn't scored a ton recently. I guess he hasn't really needed to. But yeah, he's always going to be up there with rebounding. I think Keegan Murray's been, steadily progressing a little bit in that area. Harrison Barnes can be good at rebounding when they need him to. But I think that's probably a pretty substantial key for them when they're going against a team like OKC that doesn't have a whole lot of scoring. They're going to be missed shots, and they got to handle the glass.
I need to see a little bit more rebounding from Harrison. That's where I'm looking to see this team be even better on the boards. Much like, we've talked about that, they were near the top of the league earlier in the season, and it's tailed off a little bit. I think Harrison has the ability to be a little bit more of a force and have impact on the boards, especially on the defensive boards. I know offensively he's kind of spread out because that's the way things are, so it's a little tough that way. But I want to see Harrison get on the boards a little bit more.
It's also dependent a little bit on matchups, right? Because Barnes was on Lou Dort for the majority of his court time on Sunday, and Dort's obviously a perimeter guy, and he's somebody that Mike Brown just wants simply for his strength. Because Lou Dort, I mean, you see Lou Dort up close, he looks like Dre Greenlaw. Like he looks like he could run right through you on his way to the rim. So Harrison probably being the most solidly built perimeter guy the Kings have, I think makes sense on Lou Dort. But yeah, I mean, Harrison might be, being pulled away from the basket, and those rebounding attempts might not be there for him. But I'm with you. Like, given that the Kings don't really have a true secondary rebounder, and Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes are playing the 3 and 4 spot, like you probably do need those guys to step up and grab more rebounds for you.
Chris, great stuff as always, man. Hopefully it's a less eventful walk back to the hotel tonight, and safe travels tomorrow, and we'll get you out of that Oklahoma City weather to some nice freezing rain, I believe is what we have here. Like, I'm looking at my phone, literally says there's a freeze warning.
Jeez, come on, man.
It was, I think, like 60. I don't see a cloud in the sky right now out here. It's very odd. I feel weird that I'm
here.
Well, that's what happened. Like, the storm that hit on Sunday was the one that was in Sacramento earlier in the week.
Oof.
So it's all going west. So it's just gaining in intensity for whatever reason when it hits the middle of the country. But no, I never thought I'd be like leaving the good weather in Oklahoma City to come back to bad weather in Sacramento.
Well, by the time you come back, it'll be some good weather until Saturday.
Yeah.
It's
Just
cool.
in time for my potential tee times on the golf course. The rain will be back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as long as it's clear for Chris to get out there for his 18, like, it'll be just fine.
Man, they should move it down to 12, bro. 18's a lot.
Kenny's new thing is complaining that golfing takes too long.
The 18 holes is a long time.
Are you playing golf, Kenny?
No, I played in a couple of tournaments and and stuff. Not like as a what are those things, like the sponsored tournaments.
Oh,
and stuff.
okay.
And
Man,
I did 18, I was like, this got to hole 12, 13. I was like, we got another 5 or 6 more holes left. My gosh.
I got a 10 spot for you if you want to get down on one of the courses here in
I'm
Sacramento.
gonna come out there with you one time. I got shoes that are getting no use.
See,
right
that's
now.
what it's all about. It's about the shoes. Like,
Yeah, Jordan's dropping. I think they got 12 shoes now.
Yeah,
I think the taxis and maybe the playoffs, and I know they got, I think, the 6s, some low top 6s that you can wear in the golf course now. So
my man, shout out to my man Coach Chris. He's got the Bread 4 golf shoes.
wow,
they are fire.
Yeah, I see. I wouldn't even want to wear those. It's like just wearing Jordans on grass and mud. Like, that doesn't sound like it's a smart idea, but it probably looks great.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters, Chris. That's all that matters. How you
It's better
dress,
than my swing.
shoe game, and everything else will work itself out.
Damien, if you played golf, you would be the most fitted dude on the course in Northern California, probably.
I agree. It would cover up for the fact I can't play golf. So that guy looked like he can go. Turn away. Turn away, because inevitably by hole 8, my back's going to be hurting because I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Well, we can get you a lesson or something.
There we go. Appreciate you, Chris, man. Safe travels. Thank you as always.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Always good to talk to you.
Our man, Chris Biederman right there. Sacramento Bee live from Oklahoma City.
5 o'clock start tonight?
5 o'clock, yeah.
5 o'clock start.
Yeah, 5 o'clock start. Just about 3 hours away. We'll keep you updated, as you heard Chris there a moment ago. He's headed to the arena. If he has some intel regarding De'Aaron Fox, he'll certainly pass that along. We'll come back. I do have a non-Kings thing. We've got David Patrick on the way, probably. I haven't gotten a message that said he's not going to join us, so I got to believe David Patrick's going to be with us. Coming off the heels of an incredible win for Sac State last night. An incredible and meaningful win for Sac State last night. And then we'll close out the show with Jason Jones and a live edition of J Street Vibes. I got to catch you up on this Dan Snyder
I can't wait.
Yeah, it's something. This is a couple of NFL
and
things.
It must be
on,
something for people to be like, yo, this is crazy. Because Daniel Snyder is like
it's just like it's bad on multiple layers. We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Good. No official 13th round today, but y'all want to talk some boxing, we can talk. Ask me what you want to know or what you want to talk about. Is Tank and Ryan actually happen? Yes, it is. April 22nd. Ryan about to get knocked out. I like Ryan more than most people, though. I think he's a really good fighter. He absolutely has the ability to beat Tank. J-Dog Knight, you've been saying this forever. We'll see. Like Ryan got speed and power. He's a really good fighter. I like Ryan as a fighter. I just think nobody's hurt Tank yet. And if Ryan can't hurt him, Tank will walk him down and knock him out. We've seen Ryan's chin suspect already. I think Tank wins by KO. He might be going to jail. It'll be after the fight, but he might be. We'll see what the sentence is. TC, I don't know, bro. I have no idea. I've not looked at a mock draft. I'm not there yet. I'm not there. Maybe it was exhibition. So it's whatever. I did not, Ramsey. I did not watch that. I had a lot going on. I was watching a lot of high school basketball on Saturday. Forgot to record that, actually. Might have to go on the app and check that out. Mr. Good Bar or Reese's Peanut Butter Cups? Reese's Peanut Butter Cups against almost everything. Almost. Nah, I'm going to have to go check this out. What's this guy doing, man? What's this guy doing? Yeah. Somebody said it earlier on Twitter. Tank was just a badass. He looked like he was a badass kid. Just bad. We'll see. I thought he was going to be on the undercard. It would only make sense for him to be on the undercard. He should want to be on the undercard. But we'll see. He does, Stephen Brown. He does. TC, I don't pay attention to football until the draft, I guess. And even then, it's just half-heartedly because a lot of the draft stuff is ridiculous to me. So yeah, the Niners. Look, the Niners are going to draft players. They're going to sign players. That's all I know. That's all I know.
Appreciate y'all being here. Hit the thumbs up while you're here. What are we at? We got to be over 2 right by now, right? Over two. Refresh. Oh, we need one more. One more, we'd be at 200. We work our way into 300 in the
Let's
post
get
show.
there.
Let's go, baby. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't yet. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet.
Yeah, I got to check this Dylan Brooks thing out.
Yeah, I ain't see it either, Los. We expect Coach David Patrick, the Sac State Hornets, to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. That team just landed. And I was like, hey, Coach, like, it's not the nicest weather. Like, hey, take your time.
Yeah.
But we hope to hear from Coach at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We will hear from Jason Jones after that at 3:20.
Can I just want to talk about
as soon as I send him the link to the show.
A tweet that I saw.
Okay.
From our friend Sam Amick.
Mm-hmm.
Just
unofficial friend of the show.
Unofficial. We don't want nobody getting in trouble.
Yeah.
See, just an acquaintance. Is that better?
Yeah, acquaintance of the show. There you go. Your man Sammy.
Had a tweet 38 minutes ago, said that he was talking about the Athletic NBA show podcast that he does with our guy Anthony Slater. That is our guy. And he says some obligatory Kings talk on the pod, including a well-deserved shout out to @YoungZell for his Light the Beam banger.
Wow.
And then has the YouTube clip in there. YoungZell everywhere.
Man.
He everywhere. He on Sam Amick now. Come on, man.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. I dream I move. I dream I groove. YoungZell. If I could be
YoungZell everywhere, man.
That dude blew up quick, man.
Yeah, I'm just saying, just let me be on stage.
Just happy to be along for the ride, man.
I just want to be on stage.
Just happy to be along with the ride with our guy. A couple of NFL things we wanted to touch on real quick before we dive back into basketball and the Kings in general. First, NFL Combine's underway. We are approaching the start of the new league year. Free agency negotiation, legal tampering, if you will, can begin on March 13th. The new league year starts on March 15th. So those are 2 days to note right there.
March 15th, that's right around the corner.
Right. Derek Carr is in Indianapolis, as virtually every NFL reporter reported yesterday. He's expected to meet with the Panthers, Saints, and Jets in person. Remember, Derek Carr isn't on a team, so he can sign with someone today if he wanted to. He doesn't have to wait till March 13th or March 15th or anything like that.
He can talk to anybody.
He can talk to anyone. He can sign with anyone. He could do anything he wants to in that regards right now. But those teams can't talk to Jimmy Garoppolo. Those teams are waiting to hear what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Why you do that, I have no idea. Another date to watch is March 7th.
Okay.
That's the day that the franchise tenders are due, whether it's an exclusive tender or a non-exclusive tender. And obviously, the most intriguing player to watch in that regard is Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. The next week and some change will tell us a lot about how Baltimore feels about Lamar Jackson. My guess is simple. He gets a exclusive franchise tag, which means he could still be traded, but there are like Baltimore controls everything in that regard. If it's a non-exclusive tag, Baltimore doesn't really control anything. Any team can go, oh, I've got 2 first-round picks. I'm going to negotiate a deal with Lamar Jackson. He can sign the offer sheet and he comes over. Baltimore's not going to relinquish that control. They're not done with Lamar on that level. Yeah. My guess is he gets the franchise. And I think that exclusive tender is for $45 million. I think the 1 year it's worth $45 million. Deshaun Watson this is why NFL owners, one of the many reasons why NFL owners hated that contract so much. It drove the yearly price up for the top 5 salaries by so much because it was fully guaranteed.
They need to fix that franchise rule.
How so?
I don't really like the fact that
you don't have any control.
Yeah, like I mean, it's almost like restricted free agency, I guess, in the NFL.
I'll say this though: you're compensated well for it. Like you get the top, you get the average of the top 5 salaries,
right?
So I'm with you. I don't love it, but I don't think it's the most unfair thing either.
I guess the thing that I don't like about it is like I said, I compare it to restricted free agency on a rookie deal in the NBA. And if somebody signs the 4-year, $80 million, well, it's probably like more than that now, but I'm just on a 4-year, $80 million extension in the NBA. That's locked in. You've got the longevity. Whether you want to be there or not, I mean, that's a whole nother story. You don't really have control to move on. You got 4 years, 80 million locked in. Now it's probably more closer to like 100. What did De'Aaron sign? De'Aaron was like
160.
160 over like 4 years. With the NFL franchise rule, it's a 1 year, $40 million thing. I'm not sneezing at $40 million, but
and that's just for the quarterback. That's not for other. That's the quarterback.
Right.
Number.
The wide receivers are considerably
it's not that
lower.
Right. It's not that.
So if you got me at the franchise deal, I should get some type of security with it. Because say I fracture my ankle, now what happens to me next year?
Yeah, nothing. That's why players hate it.
That's what I'm saying. Like it needs to be changed.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to have a players association with a backbone to change it. And you know better. Yeah, ain't gonna do that. Yeah, ain't gonna do that. But that's a day to watch, namely in terms of Lamar Jackson. People around the NFL seem to think it's more likely now than ever that Lamar Jackson is going to get traded. And Lamar not playing at the end of the season was a very clear indication that if you think I'm here to play with y'all, God damn it, I'm not. I'm not getting hurt at this stage of the season, risking losing all the next year, having nothing, absolutely nothing.
Don't blame him
to take care of it. And don't forget, when he played last year, he was an MVP.
They were a Super Bowl contender.
And he was an MVP player.
I don't feel any type of way for the Baltimore Ravens. That's the boat they put themselves in by not signing them.
Yep.
And Aldrin, you brought up a great point too. Aldrin, he says the franchise tag is fine as is, in my opinion. But the point you brought up is probably fine for a quarterback.
For everyone else, it's probably tough. Yeah,
it's rough, man.
You get
the situation.
You get the average of the top 5 salaries at that position. So it's a 1 year deal. If a team franchises you again, there's a kicker added to that, and I can't remember the exact percentage, but it's why Kirk Cousins made an extraordinary amount of money over a 5-year stretch in his career because he signed the 3-year guaranteed contract with the Vikings. Coming off 2 franchise tenders from the Washington football team.
I think that's also probably the other thing I don't like. Franchise tag should just be 1 year.
Right.
You got 1 year of basically, no type of commitment if you're the franchise. Still paying me, but you can't, after you do the franchise tag, I become an unrestricted free agent.
And the other uncomfortable part about it is Lamar doesn't have to sign it. Lamar can sign it the day before the season starts. He could skip training camp. He could skip everything. He could just sign it when the season starts. And that benefits nobody.
Right.
That's literally never benefited anyone who's done it. It almost certainly results in an early season injury.
Do you think that there's any possibility of him not signing the deal and sitting?
And passing up the 45.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot. I'm not going to tell him what he should do because that's $45 million. So I'm not telling him he should, but
I don't see a situation where he does that. I know we don't agree on this.
Who was the last one? Didn't Le'Veon do that? Or did Le'Veon just straight sit out?
Le'Veon. Oh, what was Le'Veon?
Were they trying to They weren't trying to franchise. It was nothing. He just didn't want to come back on that last year.
Yeah, he didn't want to come back on that. He didn't want to come back on that last year. And did he sign an agreement to come back where they couldn't franchise him? Like they signed an amendment so that maybe they did something like that.
Does sound right.
How'd that work out for Le'Veon?
He did get paid, didn't he?
He got paid from the Jets. He went to the Jets, got paid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he got paid what we thought, but got paid. No one ever heard from him again. Literally never heard from Le'Veon Bell again. Until he started boxing, and then we heard too much about him. way too much about him. All of that is a backdrop to the real story in the NFL, and it once again surrounds Washington football team owner, Washington Commanders owner.
Should have stayed the football team.
Daniel Snyder. Everyone is aware of this potential sale involving Dan Snyder, but he's using a lot of it's a power play. It's this: I'm willing to sell, but maybe not. I'm willing to sell, but I want to control everything. Like KC, you put it in our notes that Jeff Bezos is one of the. You actually had a list of people who are in this.
Has joined the possible list of people.
Fertitta is one, but Bezos in particular is one that a lot of people have focused on and thought, oh, he's definitely going to wind up being that Washington football team owner. He can outbid everybody at this point if he really wanted to be in this franchise. Well, or if he wanted to be in that fraternity of NFL owners. Apparently, according to the Washington Post, Dan Snyder is blocking Bezos's bid and saying, no, we're not going to accept a bid from him. Now, he doesn't have to give any reason as to why he's doing that, but I'll bring this other part of the story into some context. There was there's a Dan Snyder isn't the 100% owner of the Washington team. There's a other group of investors that own like 40%.
Mm-hmm.
One of them wanted.
Which is the case with most of these primary owners. Like Vivek doesn't own 100% of the Kings.
Well, one of the guys is like the CEO of like FedEx or something like that. So that'll tie the FedEx story from a couple of years ago and the name change altogether a little bit more.
Does Jerry own 100% of the Cowboys?
I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah, I was just thinking he's like the only one.
I'm pretty sure. Like I mean, maybe technically, maybe like Charlotte has some, Steven has some. Like I'm sure there are percentages that are split amongst the kids. Like technically, Vince McMahon owns the largest percentage of WWE, but then like Stephanie owns a percent, or they did. Shane owned a percent, Linda owned a percent, like Kevin Dunn owned a percent, and then the rest is the public stock options. So that's not terribly abnormal. But in the case of the Washington football team, it's basically those four guys. Like a couple 2019, one of the guys wanted out. He saw the direction that this was all going, and he had a buyer. He wanted to sell his share. Snyder again blocked that. So this was 2019, 2018, 2019. He blocked that, and he said the league isn't going to approve this individual. So we're not going to go through this entire process. It's a taxing process. I know the league isn't going to approve this individual. That individual bought in with the Atlanta Falcons and was approved without issue.
I think so.
They started looking around like, I wanted out. I had a buyer. Everybody would have made money. Like, what was the issue here?
Yeah.
Well, the issue is a buyer, when you're investing just shy of $1 billion into something, you're going to do your due diligence. And you want to know the financial data of everything. You want to know where money gets spent. You want to know how spent it. You want to know who's in charge of spending. You want to know everything about the business that you're just about to drop a cool $1 billion into. Dan Snyder didn't want that. And the reason Dan Snyder didn't want that is because, as they've learned now, he's been spending these funds. He has the crux of an issue that the Washington Post reported today was that there was a $55 million loan taken out on behalf of the team, not on behalf of Dan Snyder, but on behalf of the team. It's basically a line of credit that those other 3 owners who own 40% of the team didn't know about. It was kept from them, and they discovered it during an audit. And they're looking around like, yo, they probably didn't say, yo, where the hell is this $50 million going? Like, what is this from?
Yeah.
And they start doing this research. They start like tracking all of this paperwork. They find out, as the case in any loan, any team that takes out a loan, it has to be approved by the NFL. It has to be approved by the NFL owners. It has to be approved by the NFL, like, financial department. It's not the proper term, the financial department. And it has to be signed off by Roger Goodell. All of that stuff happened. So in the midst of all of this stuff going on with Dan Snyder, he essentially got a $55 million loan that the other 3 owners of the team didn't know about, and the NFL approved.
That's
all while this stuff that we read about, the sexual misconduct stuff, the toxic work environment, all of that stuff is happening as this loan is taking place. It never became a story for multiple reasons. One, they kept it quiet for too long. When it was finally discovered, guess when it was discovered? April of 2020. No one gave a damn about what Dan Snyder was doing or what the NFL was doing in April of 2020. Think about that. That's
didn't even
weeks.
know we'd ever have a game again.
That was weeks into the shutdown. Nobody, but it wasn't our $1 billion that we lost. They're looking into this, like what they found out in the process of this investigation. Like, Dan Snyder has been charging the team for it's basically a misuse of funds. Now, this is rich people get away with this at a stunning degree, in which you can write off millions of dollars worth of purchases as something business oriented. He had the Washington football team, he being Dan Snyder, had the Washington football team pay him like $15 million. He had his business, his team, pay him $15 million to put the logo on the plane, on his personal plane, and they called it, it's $15 million spent in advertising. The private plane that only he and his buddies see sits in a hangar all day.
Wow.
So no one, there's no advertising there.
Yeah.
It is a stunning misuse of funds. It's a stunning misuse of company funds. So the thing about manipulating your taxes and trying to get write-offs, like we talk about, we pay $200 for League Pass. And I tell the IRS about it, that I wouldn't have League Pass if it wasn't for my job.
Right.
The issue is you do it. I do it. But that's me. That's my taxes. That's you. That's your taxes. Dan Snyder, there's other people involved. Now it's a corporation. Now it's a company. Now he has committed financial fraud on so many levels that every single human being listening to me describe this would rot in jail for years if we had done the things that he'd done. Meanwhile, he's on the cusp of negotiating what is likely to be now a $7.5 billion deal for that franchise.
Jeez. You're right. He is a scumbag.
Him and that punk ass quarterback from Green Bay should be rotting in jail.
Yeah, he should definitely, he should not benefit from what's about to happen. Like, he shouldn't benefit whatsoever. And now, like, maybe I got this.
So it's funny that it's funny that you mentioned that he shouldn't benefit from the part of the reason he hung up Jeff Bezos is because he knows Bezos hates him. And he wants any sale of this franchise, whoever takes the franchise, to absolve him of any legal issues that come about from the congressional investigation or any other investigation that may pop up afterwards. Once the football team is away from him, he wants a slate wiped clean.
How is that even his call or the person that's taken over? Like, this is a IRS government thing. How are they going to say, no, you can't go to jail? What world is it? Y'all, people like him be living in a different world. Now, I don't mean Kadeem Hardison.
No, that and that's like, that's the thing with this Dan Snyder thing is you have sports stories, right? And I get this isn't top of, like, it's a football, like, people are aware. Dan Snyder, we all know the wealthiest people in this country or any country, they live by a different set of rules than the rest of us do. But this is just a stunning flaunt of, I can literally break any law I want to and get rich off of it. And nothing will happen to me. Absolutely nothing.
That's crazy. And then I'm looking at this whole situation, and like I said, maybe I'm reading it wrong. Maybe I don't completely understand how it works. But how is the NFL going to sign off on that type of loan or credit with only one of the owner's signatures on there?
It's a fantastic question.
Like,
that's a fantastic question that those three individuals have not been able to get answered.
And I'm gonna tell you like this: if I was those other three individuals, we're about to own the NFL.
So they went to if I think I have the end of the story correct. I believe the end of the story is Dan Snyder bought those three guys out. The funny part of it is Dan Snyder bought those three guys out. He bought them out with the idea of, I pay you out, you're gone. It was just shy of $1 billion or something for each of their, for each, given what he's about to sell for. Absolutely.
I would have took him to the cleaners if he even thought about buying me out.
He signed it off at the end. The NFL approved it. He had to get a loan to cover the money to pay for them because he didn't have the cash to pay those guys off.
Is he Mark Davis?
He's not Mark Davis, but he's involved in some. Mark Davis literally doesn't have the money.
I feel like Snyder ain't got it.
Snyder's got the money tied up in in other places. He puts the money elsewhere.
Yeah.
It's incredible. The whole story is incredible. Once piecing all of this together, it's freaking phenomenal.
Wow. And then the NFL is just their usual
they're
slimy
complicit
self.
in all of this.
Their usual slimy self. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Like I said, I'm sitting there and these guys, they gave in to the guys that sold their shares. But at that point, I'm like, well, I'm already rich. You can't offer me a number that's gonna get me to go away on this one.
That's the funny thing about this. Oh, I was mentioning those guys before they sold off. They went to the league. This was again during the congressional investigation, during that stuff with the Beth Wilkerson, who was doing that investigation into the workplace stuff. Those three owners went to the league and said, you need to remove Dan Snyder as the primary owner of this franchise. They attached the audit that showed the $55 million discrepancy. They laid out everything that he had done over like the last 2.5 years. The NFL got that information, did nothing with it. Daniel Snyder bought those guys out. If you remember when Beth Wilkerson's report came out, and the NFL did not cooperate with us whatsoever. We did all of this on our own, and Roger came out quickly and said, "Oh no, we cooperated to the best of our ability."
NFL crooked, man. That is a crooked organization.
And I don't blame Roger Goodell. We've talked about this before.
Yeah,
I know what Roger Goodell is. He's a puppet. But man, if you've never felt any way about the NFL before, man, these owners.
Let me ask you a question. You think it ever changes with the NFL?
Nope.
Even when these guys die off?
No, because Jerry dies off at Stevens' team. You think Stevens different than Jerry?
I'm about to ask you. You think he's the same? I'll ask you the same question in a different way.
he's he's the same enough.
Got you.
I think there'll also come a point where, like Jerry, all of these guys, they're about their money. And we've said this before, the NFL, owning an NFL team, it's not like Jeff Bezos isn't going to make money owning the Washington football team.
Mm-hmm.
It's the ultimate of elite fraternities, owning a sports franchise. There's only so many in the entire world. There's only 32 in the NFL. Only 31 of them you can actually own.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. And these guys are about, how can I run this franchise? I'm going to run this franchise like I run we talked about this with Vivek.
Mm-hmm.
You run your franchise like you run every other business. Well, you can't do that. But we're going to try to figure out we're going to write stuff off. We're going to minimize losses. We're going to treat it like just a regular business. And that's all these guys do. And when it comes to, like, Steven ain't going to be different when his money's put into, when his money is challenged, he ain't going to be different. He's going to be just like his dad. And all of these franchises are just going to be handed down from one generation to the next, to the next, to the next. And these opportunities to break these cycles aren't going to change because the owners have the ability to approve who gets one of these franchises. As we're seeing right now, the seller has the ability to approve who buys his team.
It's nasty, bro. It's nasty.
Just got a text from my man Ryan. Coach Patrick is home.
Oh, boy.
He's going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Go.
We'll talk Kings basketball when we return. We'll talk about the thrilling victory for the Sac State Hornets with our coach, David Patrick. And we got Jason Jones. That's all coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, boy. We'll get Mitch right after the break, and I'm gonna give you the old quick.
It's time to go. I usually don't do this. I'm gonna slide 2 times.
That's all right. Long day. Man, speak on it, David J. The ugliest puppet in all of the pro leagues. Oh, man, Matthew, it's hard to think it's not Dan Schneider. Oh, the ugliest puppet. My bad. I read the puppet. That's the commissioner. You know, it's Roger. The reason I think it's Roger is because he probably has, like, the most difficult group of individuals that he has to head up for. I think Adam Silver. I do think Adam Silver has. I believe that Adam Silver has the best interest of the NBA collectively. I believe he has the best interest at the NBA at the forefront of everything that he does. I used this line before. I think Adam Silver works for the owners and works with the players. I don't believe Roger works with the players. I believe he only works for the owners, and it's not always for the betterment of the NFL. It's for the betterment of the owners. And like Rob Manfred, I think is useless. I think he's useless. And I think the only guy that they think is worse than Rob Manfred is the dude in the NHL, and I don't even know I don't know the brother's name. I feel like Rob Manfred is just so damn useless. Like he's incapable of making a decision. He's absolutely incapable. And there's that. Yeah. Man, I think it's the NFL. I absolutely think it's the NFL. Please run for Senate. No, that ain't for me, man. That is not for me. That's right. Owners negotiate Rodgers' contract, BC. It's thank you, Ramsey. Thank you, Ramsey. That's it. And from what I hear, he's useless too. But I witnessed Rob Manfred. Because you guys know I'm not big into hockey. I witnessed Rob Manfred. Like, bro, what are you doing? Like, make a freaking decision. Oh my God, Chris! Wow, it has to be the NBA, and whew, you know, and I give you my word, I'm not kidding. I'm dead serious. You know who could be the NBA commissioner? Who I think absolutely could be the NBA commissioner one day is Grant Hill. I absolutely believe Grant Hill could one day be the NBA commissioner. But it has to be the NBA.
That guy's still here.
Right. No chance the NFL wouldn't let. Oh, you missed it. He's a digital sales guy.
Oh.
Charlie did the work for us.
Well, hi, digital sales guy.
Yeah. Okay, here. I still haven't seen it. Dylan Brooks. Oh, wow.
That was pretty funny.
Is it though?
Yeah. If it wasn't so intentional, it'd be funny.
The funny thing is they put him next to a picture of Stone Cold Steve Austin, who's like tan and glistening, and it's like Dylan all pale. That's fine. No skinny ass
I'm
dudes.
not mad at it. It's better than the Shawn Michaels outfit.
Oh yeah, it is better. Ghost, I ain't mad at that dude. Just don't think about him. Oh, I mean that dude's hanging on to the team, trying to gain. Like let the people who like him watch him, and
Who's
those
that?
that don't pay attention to him. The whole play-by-play guy.
No.
Oh man. Okay. I'm coming back, guys. Sacramento Kings take on the Oklahoma City Thunder for the third time tonight. Just a couple hours from now.
Did you see your boy Drake? Poor guy.
Oh,
lost some cash over the weekend.
I did see that. Did we talk about that?
I talked about it. We didn't talk about it.
Okay,
we can.
I just can't help but go back to Bomani Jones's question. Like
we're talking about Drake bet on Jake Paul.
Yeah, sorry, bad host.
$400,000, I think.
Yeah, bad host. My bad for not setting that up better. Is it over? Is the whole bubble burst? Is that whole genre of boxing or fighting or whatever you call it?
To a certain degree, it is.
Is it over?
The allure or the illusion that he could ever be a real boxer, that's over.
Did Logan do it?
Logan fought Floyd, yeah.
Oh, Logan fought Floyd?
Mm-hmm. And he looked out of his weight, like out of his profession.
So, okay, we won't spend a ton of time on this. I'm genuinely curious. Is it for like a federation or a league or what is it?
Well, that was the whole thing. So Jake was really like trying to make moves to be a real boxer. At least he was saying that. He was like, I'm gonna be a real boxer. Then he fought Tommy Fury, who is a very low level boxer. Tommy Fury's not very good at all. And
who you hate just by last name alone.
Yeah, I don't like anything Fury.
Got you.
Just is what it is.
Yep.
Nothing's gonna change.
Understood.
But yeah, like Tommy's not good at all. And you could see the difference between a boxer and Jake Paul. Like he's not on that level. And Tommy beat him. So I think as far as like, hey, because I think Jake was like, no, I'm serious about this. I want to be a boxer. You know, I'm going to be a boxer. You don't have that, dog. You're not that. But where I say it's not over is he can fight a guy like KSI and do massive numbers. I don't really know who KSI is either.
Oh,
but I know he's a YouTuber.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Like they could fight and they would make a lot of money, and a lot of people will watch.
So what I'm asking though, like, are they just putting fights together and putting in an arena, or is this for like the Jake Paul Fighting Federation? Like, what is this all for?
If he would have won this fight against Tommy Fury, he was going to be ranked in the WBC, which is more of an embarrassment on the WBC than it is an accolade.
But
to Jake
ranked
Paul.
as he would have just been ranked as
He
a
would've been
fighter
ranked
without
as a boxer, like
just a boxer.
like as a, and I think it was in a light heavyweight division. He would have been like
So
the
all of
number
these
15
cards,
person in the world.
so all of these cards that we've been seeing for the last however, they're just randomly put together people.
With the Jake Paul ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that was on, he started it on the, well, I think he had a YouTube fight, but then he was on the Mike Tyson card, which wasn't real.
That was Tyson and Roy Jones.
Yeah, he was on. That's when he got Nate Robinson.
Oh,
he knocked the mess out of Nate
man.
Robinson.
Just face
Jeez.
first.
And then he started to do his own thing. They were, they were professional fights because they went to his record, but he wasn't ranked by any boxing federation at that point.
So, in order for them to be
To fight
professional
for a belt, like you
so
gotta,
a commission approved this.
a commission.
How would it be
No, well, so say we fought in Las Vegas,
Mhm.
the Nevada Boxing Commission approved it, but to all those belts you see in
Mhm.
boxing, that's not the Nevada.
No,
Boxing.
yeah, I meant this. I
Yeah,
meant
the
state
commissions,
commissions.
yeah,
That's what I
California
meant.
State Commission, yeah,
Wow.
Nevada, all that. Yep.
Wow, that's amazing.
So to answer your question, he's gonna fight because there's money to be made by everybody.
I don't
So he's
really
gonna
dig his
continue to
act,
fight.
but I dig the hustle of both of them.
I dig the hustle, and there is some things that Jake has done in this little ride that has been positive.
Trash Dana White.
Trash
namely.
Dana White being up there is probably number one.
Number one, yeah.
But Jake was really passionate about getting women boxers paid correctly, and Amanda Serrano was like, he doesn't manage her, so I can't say it's one of his fighters, but he would always put her on the undercard and be like, no, she needs to make a certain amount of money because she's one of the greatest in the world at what she does. And he was real passionate about that. So he did a good job with that. And then, like I said, making Dana White look like the jackass that he is, every opportunity he could get, he did that. So there were positives that came out of it.
I'm sorry. I have to bring something up from the chat house.
Mhm.
I have to because it's killing me. Our man Ghost 88 asked earlier about like, hey, are we cool with Grant Napier now? Because he's still repping for the Kings, and like we were talking, like, hey, like do you like do your thing, like whatever, like whatever, do your thing. But this comment, I just can't let this pass because I have to. My man 88 says we should forgive Grant. Everybody said some stuff. Word? Okay, Ghost. What'd you say? I'm just curious. What'd you say? Matter of fact, how about everybody in the chat? Why don't you type what you said in that time period? Come on, man. Everybody go. You just told on yourself. And we appreciate you for listening. And I ain't calling you out. I'm this like this.
That was damn.
This like look at Ghost. It's still Black History Month. You doing this on Black History Month, Ghost? Come on, man. That's wild.
Well, I'm not interested.
That's incredible.
I've came in on the tail end.
Everybody said
of you
stuff.
talking about this during the break, and I don't think about doing one way or the other. It's not I don't feel any vitriol or nothing like that, but I'm not sitting up here saying it's got to bring him back. Like, no, he's living his life. Go live your life. We're fine over here.
If you want it, it's out there. Go get it. Like it's not a part of my Kings coverage. My Kings docket is full. That's not where I didn't like it when he was covering the Kings. I really don't give a damn where he's covering the Kings from.
Right.
Like I didn't like it then. I'm not gonna like it now. But if you do, that's cool. But everybody said some stuff. Boy, that's a hard line to walk past right there. My goodness.
Yes. Wait a minute. Who said this? I lost the comment. It was a good one. Yeah, it was Tyler. He said, fittingly, Ghost shares a birthday with Ava.
Oh, Tyler. Come on, Tyler. All right. Ghost, you're good. Ghost said he's going to a corner. Ghost, you're good. I just
yeah.
It's all good, but you here with us, you rock with us. We appreciate you. We appreciate everyone who rocks with us, no matter what else you listen to. That's the beauty of this. Like, listen to what you enjoy. If you listen to that dude, you know where to find them. Go listen to him.
That's what it is. To answer your question, like, look, man, I have no interest in welcoming him back or nothing like that. But that doesn't mean he can't do what he's doing. Go ahead, do what you do over there. And like you said, if anybody wants to listen to that perspective, you know where to find it. It's cool, but I'm not interested in it.
Ghost says I messed up. I love you guys more. Hey, it's all good, baby. It's all good. We got you.
You straight, Ghost. You straight.
It's all good. I just thought that was just hit the reset button. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Wow. Yeah, let's get Mitch in here real quick. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Mitch?
You, Mitch.
Try that one more time. Mitch, what's happening?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Hey,
how we doing?
Hey.
We good. What's up with you, big dog? How you doing?
I'm just getting back at, I'm feeling a little, I hope it's just cold, not the other thing. Boy, describing the NFL, it felt like I was listening to a political show. I don't want to get talk about those crooks. Kings.
Mitch, are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you okay? You don't sound like yourself today.
He says he's battling a little cold or something.
Yeah, I think it's a cold. I hope it's just a cold.
He said hopefully not the other thing.
Okay. I want him to feel they're wearing masks. Most people are not wearing masks anymore. They're assuming.
Okay.
Kings should have done something in the trade line because you saw the LA teams, especially Clippers and Phoenix, improve with the trade line, but Kings didn't do anything. I was a little surprised.
Okay,
Mitch, we just put 176 on the Clippers. What you talking about?
Kings are 3-0 since the trade deadline.
What you talking about? And look,
All-Star
real
break.
quick, because I know we gotta get to something. But shout out to Ghost to get back in our good graces. Yo, Marvin Bagley though.
Y'all want to talk about Shimano? Hey, Coach. Hey,
let's go, baby.
Hey, come on, Coach. Come on, man. Come on, Coach. Hey, we need Coach. I know how much we needed that game last night from a fan's perspective. Man, how good did that one feel for you last night?
Oh man, it felt good, but God, we tried to give it away again. But we broke through, man. I promise you, I walked down to the trainer like with about 10 seconds ago. I said, man, I go to church every Sunday, man. God gonna pull us through this time. And he did. So but just excited for the guys, the guys, the program, everybody that's invested in us, just excited for what's in store for us.
That game had me definitely on the edge of my seat, man. And Gianni, man, he was big time in that last 5 minutes or so, man. He had some big time shots. There was a stretch, I think, where you guys didn't have a field goal for like 5 minutes, and he broke that stretch with a nice little attack to the basket. Obviously hit the big time three, and then stepping up, hitting those free throws at the end of the game, man. Big time game for the point guard there in a I don't want to say a must win, but it was a big win.
It helps.
Yeah.
It helps. It helps. That one helps. Give you the buy into the quarterfinal, which is the first time in program history doing that. But I've been going to Zach Chappelle obviously every game at the end, like I want to do my seniors. But he's getting the best defender on him at the game every single time. We went to him towards the end last night, and it didn't work out. So I said, you know what, let's give Gianni a shot. I've tried everybody else. Let's roll with Gianni, and Gianni stepped up big. He had like 7 points in the game, for us, which is great for us because he's come along as the season's gone on. He's come along as a shooter and a scorer for us and a leader.
Yeah.
Hey, Coach, if you're only going to hit 1 3 in a game, just make it that one. Make it that
you ain't
one.
lying. At halftime, I was trying to pump myself. We're going to hit 6 or 7 threes this half. We're going to be all right. And then at the end of the game, We were 1 for 11. But that happens,
Hey.
man. When you're on the road 9 days, 8 days, it's hard to make shots, man. Those guys gave everything they had left in the tank to come away with that win.
And that one worked just fine.
That's right. I'll take it.
It worked just fine. Coach, you talked about playing on the weekend versus playing on a Wednesday. I had a coach say to me this weekend, last year her team they were playing on a Wednesday, and they finished that up, and it said the message to them was, this is the last time we're playing on a Wednesday. We're never playing in the opening round of this tournament again. And they're not. They're headed into the weekend this year. And Coach, I think about you, man, like, where this team was last year, playing on the weekend, starting on the weekend, or starting later in the week, man, that's a big deal. As rough as the last couple of weeks might have been, that's a big deal.
Yeah, whether you finish first, fifth, or sixth, you get into the quarterfinals, the top 6, and that was our goal. Coming into year one, can we make that quarterfinal? And we did. All the way. You got to keep pushing. We had hit a bunch of bumps along the way, but I'm glad we get that bye because basically we don't play for another 6 days, so it gives us time to come home, regroup after going on that world tour to Montana and Portland State, wherever we just went. Come home, regroup, and get ready for Boise again.
Yeah, and look, I look at this team right here, man, and they can go on a run, man. The games that were losses, towards the end of the season, it's not like you guys were just getting worked, and you had no shot. Bunch of close games. I think, would you say the last 5 games were all last possession games? Close game. Yeah. So, I mean, that should give the team confidence of like, hey, if we do a couple of things here, if we shore up a couple of things here, we can go on a run just like anybody, man. This conference is wide open.
They believe, man, and I think it was like 2 weeks ago I gave them a lesson on the road. Remember, I played all the young guys and kind of we went to Northern Colorado and NAU, and I think the message was heard. And kudos to my guys for coming back with a different approach. And like you said, man, we opened up with a Weber State team was really good, but a team we lost to twice on the buzzer, and so you're hopeful that fire is still burning in our guys, that they know they're close to Weber. And if we make 1 or 2 less errors, maybe that thing changes. So we look forward to playing them on a neutral floor and seeing what we can do next Monday.
Is it are you guys refocusing? Like, what's the message now? You get that win, that another close win, an emotional win. You get that. It has value. You know what it means. So what's the message for the squad now?
I think it's come back and get rest, and then when I get back in the practice gym with them on Thursday, it'll be back to work. I don't think this group you can celebrate too long. You got to keep teaching, keep pushing. I've seen what taking it easy on them looks like, and they respond when I say hard, they respond when we compete in practice, when we don't drop the bar for them, and so that's what'll be in store for them Thursday and Friday as we get ready for what's in store for us next week.
The extra time also will help with a guy like Cam Wilbon. The ankle injury, towards the end of that game, I thought he was playing a really good game up until that point. And, you want to take as many days as possible to try and get that ankle all the way right. So, not playing on Wednesday and being able to push that till later on, that's going to help have all hands on deck.
Definitely, because it's the mental and the physical thing. I know you guys deal so much in the NBA, like our guys, and when you go away for 8 days, it's a mental aspect of coming back to your own bed, and we do go to school, so getting their academics figured out, and then then refocusing on the new season, which is the conference tournament, right? It's a whole new season, it's 0-0, and you lose and you go home, and so but getting their minds fresh, their bodies fresh. You said about Cam. And it's that time of year. I don't care what league, high school, college, NBA. There's injuries. There's nicks and niggles. You got to get through that if you want to keep playing into March.
Coach, while you may have been speaking to the Lord there in the final minutes of the fourth quarter, I kept thinking if they if they can walk away with this one, it has so much value for them, because we've talked about this before, Coach. Like, you guys have experienced some tough losses. you've experienced some exhilarating wins too, for sure, but it felt like some of those close losses were really starting to stack up. So the fact that before you get into the most crucial time of the season, you were able to win one of those close ones. And even as you said, they started to let it slip away, but they were to hit that timely three that wasn't stopping, that wasn't dropping earlier, and kind of get themselves in, oh yeah, we can win these games. That's got to be a tremendous mental boost headed into this stretch of the season, postseason.
It's massive, man. And we've had 8, not that it matters, we've had 8 2-point losses, 8 one-possession losses on the year. That's a lot when you're talking about 30 games played. So I told the guys like that morning, I'm like, man, I'm running out of plays, man. Everything I drop on the board, it's out. So you guys got to go and make a play. Like there's the play, and then you got to make a play. People scout too. And I think Gianni was an example of doing that last night. I thought Callum McRae stepped up for us in a big time with 24 and 10. And so I think that's what happens in March. You watch those one shining moments in men and women's basketball and college basketball. There's big shots made. It's not the X's and O's, man. It's the Jimmys and the Joes, as they told me coming up.
I can't wait to see it, man. Conference tournament time coming. I can't wait to see it. I'm hyped, man. I believe in Saxton. I believe in my guys over there. Shout out Zach. Shout out Gianni. Shout out, all the whole crew over there, man. I believe in that team, man. I like what I've seen all year long.
And I tell you, the icing on the cake was going in the locker room and seeing that our women's team, won the women's championship as well, man. That was so awesome for Coach Campbell and his team. And I think Sac State's going in the right direction when you talk about what football's got going on. Obviously, men and women's hoops and the baseball and softball season kicked off. So it's a fun time, but it was pumped to see what those women have done over women's basketball, man. And win a Big Sky championship in year 2 is kudos to him and his staff.
I want to ask Coach real quick. I know you focus on your team and making sure everything's taken care of. You guys played on Saturday, so you're getting ready for that. You ever seen anything like you saw in that Kings Clippers game? 176,
never,
165.
never.
And not only was it the score, but you can attest to this. I thought everybody was hooping. People look at that and be like they weren't playing no defense. Like, no, them dudes was shot making. Batum was out there looking like KD. Kawhi was looking like how he was looking. Like these guys was making shots out there.
Man, that was ridiculous. We were in Missoula, Montana, I think. I was trying to shut the guys down because we were an hour ahead. But the game could go. The game went for like an hour longer. You know what I mean? So just a shot after shot. I'm like, man, curfew's at 9. Okay, no, it's at 10. All right, now it's at 11. We're all watching that game, man. But phenomenal by both teams, and to see D Fox and Malik Monk do what they did at the end of the game, man, was awesome. It also proved to my guys, because the Clippers were up like 10 or 12, right, at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, even if it happens to the pros, like they slip, So it was great to see, man. I'm so pumped for this King squad. Golly.
We're going to let these ride for you one more time, Coach.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Hey, and look, you already know, man. Next time we up at the steakhouse, man, in Champaign and campaigning, you got to come up with us, man.
Man, I'm coming. Where's that spot at, man? Can you say it on the air? They ain't no sponsor.
Yo, that's our people at Sky River. We can absolutely say
Sky
that on
River.
the air.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Yeah, we'll
hopefully in a couple weeks I can get. Hopefully I got a couple weeks.
You got a lot more basketball you got to coach. So we thinking like in May or something like that. You pull up with us, man.
I'm in there.
We appreciate you, Coach, man. Enjoy a couple of days away, Coach. Get back at it, and we'll talk next week.
Thanks, guys, as always.
Take care.
All right,
BP.
appreciate you. That's our man, Coach David Patrick, right there, man. What a win for them last
That was big
night.
time, man.
My goodness,
that was big time.
What a win for
and
them.
it was funny because yesterday, I got home and it was like a rare early night where I was home. Like I had some stuff to do. I coached the school team, not the travel team. I coached the school team. A thrilling 42-42 tie in that game.
Tie?
Yeah, tie.
Oh, these kids in their ties.
Had somebody waiting for the court, so we couldn't play overtime.
Oh,
but
okay.
thrilling 42-42 tie. And I got home a little early. I saw that Knicks game or whatever, and I was like, all right, man, what else is going on? And I sat there and I was like, it was like 7:15. I was like, oh,
yeah.
Sac State got it going on, man. So I checked out the girls, and they was doing their thing right out of halftime. And I was like, yeah, we got that there. So
if the NCAA is paying attention, Stanford gets a 1 seed, this team will be playing in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
Like, come on. I'm pretty sure Stanford's going to have a 1 seed.
Yeah.
Like, they need to be playing in Palo Alto.
I agree.
Come on, man.
I agree.
They might run somebody. They might run somebody in the tournament, boy. I tell you what.
I'm telling you what. Look, I know it sounds crazy. I looked at the women's bracketology. Doesn't look like it's anywhere close. I feel like this should be a possible at-large team, but I don't know.
Well, go win the tournament.
They're the Big Sky champions.
Go win the damn tournament.
They're gonna win it. They're gonna win the tournament.
Oh, go.
My girl KD is gonna go off.
Go get the job.
Tournament MVP.
Jason Jones set to join us. We'll shift gears back to Kings basketball. Of course, the Sacramento Kings take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight, and we'll talk with your co-host on the J Street Vibes podcast, available now wherever you get podcasts from. Our man Jason Jones of The Athletic. Next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great stuff, Charlie. Stockton got a win today.
Let's go.
Beat the Cleveland Charge. Oh, my boy. Did he not play tonight?
Do we have
Tonight? Oh, there he is. There's Nemi. Keon Ellis had 24.
I was just about to ask, do we have anybody that is on the big squad down there?
Keon had Nemi, he had 13.
Oh, he's back with them. Because he was at the game on Friday too. I mean, he could have easily just flown a plane. I'm not saying he didn't. There's no way he could have been with Stockton, but I saw him on Friday. I thought he was with the team, is what I was saying, basically.
I got you. Mm-hmm.
Trey Burke.
Yeah, Trey Burke had 15.
I'd like to talk to Trey Burke.
By the way, talking about all this tournament, you see this email from our man Charlie. ESPN 1320 is the home for March Madness.
That's right.
Maybe we should have put out a tweet saying we've got a huge announcement. Huge announcement. ESPN said, nah, we don't want the 49ers anymore. You can have them.
Yeah, we're going to do the same things. Same thing. You ain't going to see nothing different around here.
Yes, indeed. Let's see this email from Rich. Boy, I don't know what's going on, man, but I think they loving D-Lo and KC out in these streets.
Go. They're loving the crew. They loving the crew.
Yeah, Rich will come see you. Rich is probably watching. Rich, I got one stop to make, and then I'll be over there. I got called into a different meeting after the show.
Uh-oh.
That's what I said. What's up, Nick? Like the bean, baby. Nick over there on Facebook. We see you, Nick.
Are we pulling the Shivani?
We gotta put somebody. Yeah,
you don't have to tune in. You don't have to tune in. Mick Foley wins the championship.
I thought we announced that at the end of this. I thought we said this is the last 49ers game to air on ESPN 1320. Boy, and if I broke down the financials for y'all would crack up. Hey, here's one of my favorite YouTube accounts.
Hey, Jazzy 510.
Well, it's actually at 2, Dr. David. Yeah, let's get it. It's
Hey, they're gonna treat them like the redheaded stepchild, bro. It's about to be ugly.
It's so funny, man. It's so funny. Like, no, let them go. Like, we literally got nothing for them. We asked for a player once on an off week, and they were like, nah, Rich doesn't want to talk. All right. We booked Eric on our own.
Yeah, Bryce, that's what's happening. That's gonna be who plays the games. To put it to you that way.
Yeah, that's who airs the games. Meanwhile, we've decided we'll just air the rest of the NFL.
I know, Sean. I gotta stop that, man. I got love for anybody redheaded out here. I'm a redheads.
I gotta go see Darren, man. This shit ain't looking right now. I got it. Oh, that's fantastic. I don't know if you guys heard that or not. Charlie said we're going to have double, maybe triple the amount of the NFL games.
So here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing that Bryce is saying, and Bryce is just talking. I think right now, to be completely honest with you, everybody looks at 95-7 as they're killing it with their 49ers coverage. Killing it. Shout out Bonte, shout out Butch, and Kyle Madsen. All those guys do their thing.
Yep.
That's not the home of the 49ers in technically of home games in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
And that's what the same thing go on here.
Yeah.
It don't really matter where the games is played. Who got the best content?
We pitched Game Day as an NFL show.
Yeah.
Talk about that week of games.
Yeah.
Right on, Richard, man. This is cool, man. We appreciate you. Man, Richard out in Tampa.
Okay.
Shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Noble. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
What's up? I've never been to Tampa. I've never been to Florida, except for that time when I was coming back from Jamaica. I was in Fort Lauderdale in the airport.
Been to Miami. I haven't been to Tampa. Tampa, I think, is a popular home for the women's Final Four, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they've done there. They've gone there a couple times. I think they've done the men a couple times too.
Have they?
Mm-hmm.
But we appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. That it's just incredible for us, man. We appreciate it.
Nick, we probably don't have time today, but we'll let you know.
Jason Jones of The Athletic, and of course of the J Street Vibes podcast, said to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We'll talk Sacramento Kings basketball with our man Jason Jones as the Sacramento Kings take on the Oklahoma City Thunder for the third time this season, for the second time in a row. No update yet on De'Aaron Fox. We do know Shai Gilgeous-Alexander isn't playing.
Mm-hmm.
That was made clear yesterday, but we don't know what the status is of De'Aaron Fox. He was listed as a game time decision, and game time sometimes can very literally mean game time. Often it's probably still about an hour away. If it's a legit game time decision and he wants to go through a workout, you'll either know at 4:30, or if the vibe is off, you'll know when Mike Brown speaks, which will be in about. Well, either way, I think it's when the show's over. So it doesn't really work for us. So Chris Biederman is out in Oklahoma City for us doing some investigative work. And if he and the B and JA have anything on De'Aaron, we'll pass it along.
And Chris was on the show earlier, and he mentioned he didn't break any news or anything, but he was at shoot around, and he's like, I wouldn't be surprised if De'Aaron was ruled out for tonight. Like, nothing's official. He didn't say anything or anything like that, but he was just like, I wouldn't be surprised if he was ruled out. So that's something obviously we're all going to be watching to see what happens.
Yeah. And it's the Kings are in a unique position, one that many of us aren't familiar with. This is a team that's 10 games over 500, playing a team who might be hitting the gangsta lean and being done for the season. Obviously, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is out. I don't know if they put up 150 against Boston without Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The Thunder are a capable team, though.
Yeah, they got talented ball players.
Don't take your foot off the gas, like Kevin Huerter. If De'Aaron is out, and I think there could be some benefit, especially against OKC. I don't think there's any benefit to De'Aaron being out against the Los Angeles Clippers or the Denver Nuggets, but there could be some benefit for De'Aaron being out against a team like the Oklahoma City Thunder when, skill-wise, it's not a team right now as they're constructed that could probably compete with you. So Domas, we talked about Domas appearing to have a reduced role over, at least in terms of initiating the offense over the last stretch of games where De'Aaron Fox has gone absolutely crazy. Well, okay, get him back to being aggressive with the basketball in his hand.
Right.
Kevin Huerter, okay, get Kevin Huerter a dozen shots. Give him 8 behind the arc. Get Harrison Barnes going. Keegan is going to do what he does. And Davion, let's go. You asked earlier, don't be overly critical of Davion on the offensive end because Where are the shots going to come from? Well, I got some for you tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't particularly go great the last time De'Aaron was out. We'll take advantage of this time. What happened last time. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
What happens tonight does. Build off
What
that.
game was that again?
The games De'Aaron missed.
Yeah. Is it just though like that Knicks and the Knicks?
It wasn't. He didn't miss the
game. Did he miss anything?
No,
after
he
that?
missed 2 games. A couple.
Oh yeah, when he was gone. It was the Pelicans. That's what I was trying to remember.
The
Pelicans
personal
and
reasons
Patriots.
games. Yeah.
Pelicans, yeah. And it wasn't a good look. With De'Aaron not out there. So if De'Aaron doesn't go, not only do I have faith in just the system, the wave that these guys are on as a group. More specifically, we just talked about him. I got faith in Davion to play better than what he did the last time De'Aaron wasn't out there.
I got faith in the collective of the team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you kind of said the same thing when you said like the system, like what they're trying to do. They all. I wonder, you brought this up a couple of times when final stretch of the season, everything ramps up. Oh, but except Sacramento, like everything ramps up for everybody in the league except for Sacramento.
Yeah.
And I wonder what these last 3 games, these first 3 games out of the All-Star break, what this alleged ramped up part of the season, the fact that the Kings have gone 3-0, they've had one of the more thrilling games in Kings victory. And you can Kings history, in NBA history, you can feel however you want to about, the way Portland kind of shut things down and that win doesn't count. The Oklahoma City game without Shai Gilgeous-Alexander saying, that's it. There are games on the schedule that the Kings have to win. If nothing else, I wonder how much confidence that's building for them heading into this stretch. Let's bring in your co-host over on the J Street Vibes podcast, our man from The Athletic, Jason Jones. Jay, what's happening? Oh, throw that question at you. A lot has been made about this final stretch of the season and what type of basketball it would be like, and everything is ramping up. Well, we've seen the Kings go 3-0 so far. What type of confidence do you think that gives them now that they sit pretty firmly in the 3rd spot?
They should feel good, man. I mean, to me, it's pretty simple. Right now, they've kind of joined that group with the top 2 that have kind of got themselves pretty well situated, and barring any crazy, wild stretches, they should feel pretty good about their chances going down the stretch. We've been saying, at least I've been saying all year, you're only a bet in the West. We've seen it with a few teams. You're only a week or 2 away from falling completely, in the play-in or worse, but they haven't had a stretch like that. So they keep doing what they're doing. They should be fine.
We joke about it with everybody saying it's time to ramp up and all these other teams ramping up. And we said, well, what about the Kings? They don't have a ramp up button. Do you think that they do? It's hard to say because we never seen them in this spot. But, 2 years ago, we had never seen the Phoenix Suns in this spot, and they were able to take it all the way to the NBA Finals. I'm not even saying all that. I'm just talking about the final 20 games of the season. Do you think that the Kings can ramp up what they do on the defensive end, or they're focused on offense? De'Aaron can ramp up his play, Sabonis. Do you think they have another gear?
I think it's, I don't know if it's more they have to have another gear. Is this, to me, it's more so, are they ready for the other team's next gear? Just how do you prepare for teams coming at you a different way now? You're probably going to run into some people who are going to say, teams are going to say, you know what, we got to knock them off. If you're a Phoenix, you're like, yeah, we got to make sure we beat these guys. Maybe that vault us up a couple of spots. So how do you deal with that? Because in years past, they've had games where they were maybe chasing something in the second half, but it never felt realistic. It was like, okay, well, if these 3 teams before them go lose 8 of their next 10 and the Kings don't lose a game, they could get to 9th, it was stuff like that. So for me, it's just about, what do you do now that teams are going to give you their best shot for whatever, and they try to position themselves to, whether they're chasing you for 3, if they're trying to get and they're trying to move up, it's going to be a little different when there's maybe a little more pressure on you this time of year that you haven't had before.
Did you see the thing that hit Twitter yesterday from Brian Windhurst about the Lakers wanting to get to the 6th spot so they could take on the Kings at 3?
Yeah, I'm like, It's no. I think every team below the Kings, it's not five or five and below or whatever below, probably feels the same way. I mean, I know it's a shock to people. These are the type of things teams talk about in locker rooms. I mean,
you think a player said that?
Who knows? I
don't think a player said that.
I don't even care, honestly. I can't even get worked up. I'm like, okay, who knows? Who knows who said that? I don't know if it was a person close to the team, if it was an actual. I don't know. I mean, I kind of I got a kick out of everyone went crazy over it on Twitter. Oh my God, who cares? I'm like, really, who cares? Because I can say without having talked to anyone that I bet you Portland would rather play the Kings than play Phoenix. I bet you Minnesota or the Warriors would rather play the Kings than play Denver. I don't even see like that's that big of a deal. I mean, of course
one of the big deals was the fact that the Lakers aren't even in the play-in.
That was it.
Like who the hell are they?
Y'all talking about
to
getting
say I'd rather play somebody. Just get in the damn play-in and shut the hell up.
Okay. I just can't pretend like that's a big deal. I've heard wilder scenarios from players and coaches before. I'm like, I just can't. Maybe I'm just old and jaded. I don't care. I'm like, get in the playoffs. I don't care. Get in the play. That's what I was saying. That's why I said Portland. Portland's not in either, but I'm pretty sure Portland would look at the standings and go, you know what? If we can get there, I'd rather be, and plus if you get to 6, you don't have a play-in. So, I mean, I get why whoever the person in space said, I don't know who said, I don't care. It's not that big a deal to me because, I mean, I've heard wilder things from people. Like I said, I could just be jaded. It just doesn't move me anyway. I saw it. I kept on scrolling. I didn't go, oh my God. To me, it's right up there with the whole, how come we're not on national TV more? Okay.
Yeah. Why the hell aren't we on national TV?
Especially when you subject us to Oklahoma City. Like that. No, you can flex them out of there. Nobody wants to see that.
Guess what's on national TV? The playoffs. Who cares? I mean,
there's games I got to watch before we get to the playoffs, and I don't want it to be OKC.
You don't have to watch.
Real quick, from the Sacramento Kings, De'Aaron Fox is in fact out tonight. So from the Sacramento Kings, De'Aaron Fox is out tonight.
Well, get well, De'Aaron.
Now you guys can go back to arguing about Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, because
I don't want to see the Lakers. They stink.
You know what? But here's the problem that people, especially in Sacramento, struggle with. It's a business. Like it or not, way more people will watch the Lakers on TV crash before they watch the Kings play Portland. It just is what it is. I'm not saying it's fair. I mean, maybe because I have League Pass, I don't care even more. I mean, I just can't get worked. I can't get worked over something that you have no control over. I mean, they decide the schedule for the most part. What, in the summer?
I like watching the NBA, and if they're only putting 2 games on Thursday, and it say like really the Lakers this year is the equivalent to them putting the Hornets and the Pistons on Thursday. Like, okay, Thursday I get to watch. Let me see what the marquee game is. Hornets, Pistons. I don't want to see this crap.
I mean, you're talking about putting LeBron on this year. You're talking about putting LeBron on TV versus putting like
LeBron didn't even play the other night when they played the Pelicans. AD don't be playing. They just throwing the Lakers on there.
Pelicans. When they play the Pelicans. When they play this is what the Pelicans.
The Pelicans before the break, and LeBron didn't play.
Oh, the ESPN game.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch
it.
Jason is not here for your nonsense. That is just clear by his facial expressions. He is not here for your nonsense. He is crap.
I always say fandom is the choice. I just don't watch it.
You know, since we're bitching about who's on national TV, I got one for you, and they need to be off. And it's the Atlanta Hawks. There's no reason for the Atlanta Hawks to be on national television. I don't give a damn about Trae Young or whatever he's doing out there. Get that sorry ass team off of my television.
Hey, people love watching drama, and maybe like I said, like I said, I will admit, me having League Pass really skews my view of what's on. I'm like, I can watch any game, so I watch just about anything. But I'm just fascinated by the whole debate of why do they put these teams on TV? For money. There's a reason why the Knicks get to be on every Christmas. Not because they're a juggernaut.
That's different. That's Christmas.
What if I don't want to open my gifts to the Knicks?
Well, I don't want
sick of
to eat to the sorry Lakers, but they put them on there every Christmas. I don't have no problem. I understand.
You can always, what I can do? I just turn Netflix on. I don't watch it.
I want to watch basketball, and I want to see good teams.
Well, watch the Knicks and watch Pat Bev. Watch all of that. Then, if you want to watch basketball, damn it, you have to watch Pat Bev and Troy Brown Jr. Well,
yeah, that's what pisses me. That's what pisses me and other people off. I don't want to watch that. If you're providing me stuff, I want to see the best teams. That's all it is.
Well, you can't predict in July that what's going to happen in March. And on Thursday, and here's the thing about the Thursday flex: there's usually fewer number of games on Thursday. So it's not like you got like a slate of 15, 12 games to be like, usually to be like, you know what? Let's just pick this one.
They could change that and put 4 games on Thursday. So you got backup plans.
Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll take these down as notes and I'll be sure to pass them along to Adam Silver. I'm sure he's taking my call.
Talk to everybody. This guy, Jason, he talks to everybody. I know you're going to come across Adam Silver. Tell him I said this, please.
I'll pass it along that, we have a suggestion out in Sacramento to make sure, they get more Kings games on on national television.
More beam.
Yeah. See, if the Kings had a beam last season, maybe the powers that be would have been prepared for them. Like I said, between that and the whole, oh my God, they want. Whatever. You know what?
I need you to start feeling some of our frustration, Jason.
I can't. I'm jaded. I can't get frustrated. You know how I can't get frustrated over anything. Like I hear LeBron's hurt. I'm like, oh well, okay, what's for dinner? I just can't. I can't be that guy. I can't get worked up. I get more worked up over watching WWE, or I get more worked up about watching BMF or
man. I'm telling you, man. That what's my man's name? That's like the superhuman.
My man Lamar.
Lamar, come on, man.
My man got a colostomy bag out here.
I ain't gonna say that, but Lamar's superhuman, bro. They need to stop that.
That's okay. Snoop said, "Don't resort to my East Side ways," and I felt that because we from the same neighborhood. I felt that. He said, "Don't make me resort to my East Side ways." I'm like, "Oh man, I felt that. I felt Long Beach. I felt 19th Street. I felt 20. I felt it all." I was like, "Yeah, see, that gets me." I can get into that.
On Corners of the Culture today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jay?
Yeah.
Oh, Jay always come in on.
You got to check us out on Thursday, man. Check out the Corners of the Culture on Thursday, bro.
No doubt. I'm down for, like I said, I'm all about. I can watch that. I'm all for the good shows. I'll watch all that. I'd be more mad if they were flexing out BMF to make me watch the Lakers. I'd be mad then. If I couldn't watch BMF because I had to watch the Lakers play the Thunder, I'd be really mad.
I was trying to figure out yesterday. I had something. I just had the TV playing aimlessly. I think I had just League Pass running, and I looked at my phone, and they pushed out a picture of Lita and Trish Stratus. I was like, "What year did I wake up in?"
Yesterday on Raw?
No. Apparently,
yeah.
Hey, correct me if I got this right. Becky and Lita are the tag team champions.
What?
And somehow Trish Stratus is involved in all of this.
He came out there to help him, and I was like, I'm like, what is going on?
Damn.
I'm like, we just need the Hardys to come back.
A lot of women wrestlers that they could have chosen before going there.
I'm like, they could have went Ronda and Baszler to take if they wanted to put the belts on someone else. They could have won a lot of different directions instead of, what we're going to do? Let's go get someone from 20 years ago.
Yeah, Kenny loves Ronda.
No need to do anything with Ronda. They didn't have to go there. They could have gave it.
I like that Ronda and Shayna are together. I think that's got legs. I think Ronda.
I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
It should have probably happened a while ago. Because remember, Shayna couldn't be beat in NXT. She gets to the main roster. It's like she just okay.
She's
You were
Barry Horowitz. Like,
Yeah, it's like, hold up, this unbeatable. Yeah, they were unbeatable. Now they're like, oh, okay, now you can lose to Aaliyah,
Carmella smacks her
who
up.
couldn't win in NXT, but then gets to be a champion in the main roster. Yeah, make it make sense.
I can't believe Carmella's still on the roster.
I like
That's
Carmella.
crazy. It's
I don't know how good of a wrestler she is.
she just
but I
rocks
like her.
Jordan's moonwalks and walks out
The
there.
moonwalk
Like,
cracks
that's all
me up.
she
Now that
does.
does.
She can't go.
No, she's a terrible wrestler,
She
but she's
can't
funny.
go.
Is it? That's Carmella's what's his name's wife, right?
Corey
Yeah.
Graves' wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, good luck, firing her and then being like, okay, Corey.
Like she's funny as a character. She's a terrible wrestler.
Is Pat
This is a
Bev
good
the
character.
Carmella of the NBA?
Wow.
Like he's just got a big presence, but he don't really do anything. Like he on all the shows, he just don't do nothing.
Wow.
Sounds accurate. Sounds accurate.
Jay's wowing because he's like, damn, that might be on point.
Poor Pat Bev, man, made it, former second round pick, made a career out of it, and all we do is make fun of him. Poor Pat Bev.
No, it's not. Hey, he's done a hell of a job. He tells the story. He told the story, I think, to Kevin Hart on Cold as Balls about
his journey. His journey is
paying, having to pay to get out of the contract that he was in, get into the NBA, living with his mom. They're like, it's a great story, but he's extra.
Yeah,
he's too much.
man. He does too
Yeah,
much.
imagine being a fan of a team that had him and Russ playing together. Y'all don't know pain. I know y'all gonna say 16, 17 years. You don't know my pain.
Oh, Russ looks fine with the Clippers.
I averaged the championship every 4 years of my life. This is like not good for me.
Well, welcome to reality.
I know I don't. Well, I'll stop complaining if you stop complaining about the Kings not being on TV.
No, they need to be on TV more.
They need to be on TV.
How many games have you not been able to watch the Kings this season?
Well, that's not.
That's not the point.
No,
You're missing.
Well, I don't. Here's what I don't get.
We need these lazy. We need these lazy analysts to be watching the Kings. They're not.
Why do you want them to watch the Kings when they don't care? It's like, why are you begging people who don't care for attention?
Well, like, and that
because it's their job to pay attention.
They get paid handsomely to do so, and that goes to a whole nother thing. These people don't like hoop. These people that cover the league, they don't like basketball. They follow the same 7 teams. They don't like basketball though.
I know.
I'm sitting up here watching Maryland High School State Championship basketball right now because I love hoop.
Well, you're watching that because you're deranged. That's what
you got family in Maryland, or you just want to watch.
No, he's just not well. That's why he's got that.
I love hoop, man. These people that cover,
it's got the little view counter in the corner. It says 4.
These dudes that cover the league, they don't love hoop, man. It's St. Francis versus Mount St. Joseph right now because I love hoop.
I don't love hoop like that. And like I said, maybe I've been in the business as long as I've been. Like I said, it's definitely shaded my opinion in some ways. I'm like, I know these dudes don't know what they're talking about. You know how many stories I wrote or tweets I sent correcting the national narrative on the Kings? Like, oh my God. I'm like, that didn't even happen.
Yeah, Jaden lived it for sure.
And I'm like, that's why I can't even put much validity in they say. I'm like, they ain't staying up in New York to watch the Kings play the Thunder. They ain't, I'm willing to bet that most folks weren't even up to watch the end of that Kings Clippers game. They just saw the score at the end. They don't know what happened. Like, oh my God, there's a lot of points. So I can't get all worked up about, well, they don't talk about this team on that. I understand how the business works. If you're a network, there's a reason why they drag up the Dallas Cowboys in football season every week. It's because there's a reason why they create a Lakers topic every week. Just create one. Can the Lakers win a title in 4 years if LeBron's son gets drafted? We just create stuff. Once you accept that it's not journalism, that it's entertainment, it becomes much easier to deal with.
Well,
I long gave up the idea that was for information. It'd be like, yeah, so if Bryce gets to the NBA while Bronny is still playing, will the Lakers get them both and keep LeBron till he's fit? I don't know. I don't care. So you have to remove yourself from the idea that the people on TV, a lot of them, are actually there to give you. They're there to entertain. They're not there to really give you news.
Well, what the hell is Tristan Thompson there for?
I don't know. Former King legend Tristan Thompson.
No, well,
no.
So, Tristan had one of the all-time great rants in recent player memory.
Yeah, and it meant nothing.
It was still entertaining when he broke down how they were playing a bunch of sorry teams on this road trip and they couldn't beat him. He was like, look at the Spurs. They got some guys. They don't want to win. The Thunder is trying to get a top 5 pick. We lose to them. So that was Tristan's contribution to Sacramento, and also having a salary that allowed you to get some bonus.
No.
So, well, we'll know in a few more months if he has any more contributions to Sacramento. We've got to find out.
I don't know. Like I said, I just kind of we don't
know how many times he went to Darling Avery.
I'd rather watch Hulu. I'd rather watch Snowfall than watch a lot of the analysts, and because they'll say something crazy like was it last year? They said they claimed that Tyrese Halliburton wasn't getting any playing time.
Oh, that's your boy Jalen and Jacoby.
And I was like, whoa,
PNPs.
and that's the thing. How do you hear stuff like that and then say, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna tune in and listen again.
No, you're right.
That's a solid point.
We don't watch those shows. To be clear, like I
think they were canceled. But
Well, that show was. But the first takes and all this other, like I remember when after Floyd and Manny fought, when they fought, and Skip came on Monday. It was like Manny was robbed. I was like, all right, I'm done. I was done with the shows after that. After that moment, I was like, what are we talking about, man? These guys they're not really doing anything but just talking. I'm done.
They're there for entertainment. They're not, they're there for entertainment. I'm like, I've seen those type of shows across all the networks, and like I said, I love the guys on TNT. But sometimes you can tell they ain't watched a whole lot of people except who comes on the show, who gets aired.
Yeah.
Butchering guys' names and he's on what so you take it for what it is. And like I've been saying for months, the Kings will be on national television in April at least 4 times. No,
I'm gonna say this with all due respect. Some of Charles's old man rants are getting really old.
What's the last one? Yeah, it was load
management.
Right?
Yeah. You gonna pay me $70 million? You know to do it in the who's at the coal mine? He'd like to take a day off to
I've heard him give that version of that at least 30 times. I'm like,
don't do that. Stop. We've got to evolve, Chuck. You got to evolve. Tell a different story. Come up with a different example.
And accept the fact that there are times where these teams tell guys not to play.
Mm-hmm.
That happens as well.
I think that's what happened with Portland last week. I think they went to Dame and were like, "Hey, we ain't doing it. We ain't doing it for Sacramento."
You had a long weekend chill. Okay. Hey, there's teams who have told guys don't come to the airport. You're not getting on the plane.
Mm.
So it becomes a get off my lawn. What are your talking points? I hate load management. This team stinks. Get them off of TV. And what makes the Charles Barkley stuff funny is that Kings fans be all on Charles' head till he get onto the Lakers stink. Charles said don't show him. I'm like, but yeah, I didn't like Charles when he was talking about Sacramento. Charles said that one point. Oh, get him. Yeah. Charles, Hall of Famer Charles Barkley said it. I'm like, I've had some very interesting discussions with Charles. Trust me, Charles is just a trip in general.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't know. I'm gonna defend us a little bit because even when you say something nice about us out here, we still don't really let you ride.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. We don't let you ride. We don't let that ride, man. Mm-mm.
Why?
Because
it's just the way we are. We're vindictive.
Why?
We hold on to stuff.
I don't understand. Just be happy. You got a beam and everything.
No.
Be happy.
Like your boy Amin isn't welcome.
Yeah, he ain't welcome.
He can't be here.
Man, what is it? I'm cool with Amin. Probably means I'm dirt and sack, but
no, you're good. You're good.
You're good. Yeah, no, your boy though. Yeah, he can't come to the house. He can't come to the house.
Man, I'm like that guy on wrestling now who's just bouncing around between the heels and the faces. Like, yeah, I get along with everyone. I don't know what my role is on this show,
You're
but
the
hey,
big show.
yeah,
You're the big show. You don't know whether you're a good guy or a bad guy or what you are.
depends on what you need. You need me to crush somebody, I'm a bad guy. You need to make someone look good, I'm a good guy. You know, whatever it is, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here for it. But I think it's gonna be fun down the stretch to see how some of the the storylines start changing nationally, or if they do change, or but like I said, keep winning. They at some point have to talk about the fact that you're winning. I mean, you would think.
Can I ask something a little off to the side, but I want to talk about it right now because Jason's here and I just thought about this. Sorry about this, Damien. Did you see kind of the firestorm that's happened over Deion Sanders? Did you see his comments? What you think about that?
I think he said out loud what a lot of coaches think. It's just more troubling and problematic when you have a black man who is going into the homes of in a sport where it's predominantly black families you're talking to, coming out and basically saying that I'm looking for the kid with free lunch to go get the quarterback, but you got to be a quote from a good family to be my quarterback. And then someone pointed about Deion. Is his quarterback and him, and is he still with his mom? Is he considered from a 2-parent home? It's just kind of, like I said, I think it's the troubling part is that of who was saying it. But trust me, these coaches think like that. He's not the only one who thinks that way. I've heard versions of that before from coaches. Like, you go to these type of schools, you look for these type of guys. Even with the draft, I've heard it. It's not to the point of the type of that, but I've heard versions of you go to these schools, these guys didn't have it, so they might be a little more hungry. But to talk about, I'm just like, and to me, the bigger issue was that there was no pushback in the interview. It was kind of like,
look who was doing the interview though.
It was kind of like, that's funny. It's like,
I think Rich Eisen is a great dude, but
that's not his.
Yeah,
that's not where he's gonna. By the way, for those who didn't see or hear the interview, this is a quote from Deion Sanders. Quarterbacks are different. We want mother, father, dual parent. We want their kid to be 3.5 and up because he's got to be smart. No bad decisions off the field at all because he has to be a leader of men. It's so many different attributes in what we look for. And he got a lot of pushback for that first part. We want mother, father, dual parent.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so if poor kid's father or mother tragically dies in an accident, he's disqualified because he's no longer from a dual parent household. Likewise, if you've got a great defensive end who has 2 parents at home, Deion don't want you.
Right. You got to be needing free lunch.
You got to be eating free lunch. And as someone who ate free lunch, I'm like, that's really cold, Deion. I didn't know that me getting free lunch meant that I would be. I'm like, I really underachieved in football then.
You're an elite defensive lineman. He said, single mama trying to get it. He's on free lunch. I mean, I'm talking about just trying to make it. He's trying to rescue mama. Like mama barely made the flight. That's what he's looking for in a defensive line.
What does he want in a kicker?
Those are questions that never come up in interviews.
Yeah, I to me the issue media wise is that I know Rich Eisen is famous enough. You got to push back on that.
Yeah,
you can't just let that just can't be a ha ha ha. Let's move on. It's like no, that's not. If you took out football and said the only part I agree with him, I can understand for the quarterback is 3.5. I can understand a guy saying I want a smart guy to be my quarterback. I can get that, even though depending on the situation, that GPA may not tell the whole story.
Right. I was about to say the GPA might not. That's not necessarily indicative of the intellect of the kid.
Yeah.
Some guys are good test takers, so it's just it just played to some very negative and detrimental stereotypes that I just think that somehow you can't have a guy can't be a 3.5 student from a single parent home. Like, or just because someone has two parents at home, they don't have more tenacity. It was just, I like Deion, but Deion, I'm like, Deion is Deion. It's like, you can't, I don't know what the point of saying that was, but then again, like I said, there's a lot of coaches. How many Division I programs? 100 and something. How many Division I programs we got? Division II, Division III. There's a lot of coaches who were saying Deion is right, and that's why they always say, watch where you send your kids to play ball. Know who these people are, because Deion is the only one. I think some of the more of the disappointment about it being Deion was that I think, especially people of color, expected more out of him in that situation. They don't expect him to be the one playing up the stereotype. To me, that was where people say, come on now, really? It's bad enough that he's, you've gotten the flack on the HBCU thing. People say you use Jackson State, so on and so forth. And then you drop that. It's like, it was unnecessary. But then again, like I said, he got no pushback in the moment, and I'm pretty sure Deion can just turn off his mentions, and then he'll drop a cool little video on Instagram, and people will move on, and they'll go on to being whatever they're going to be in the Pac-12 this season.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a distinction between expecting somebody to do something and wanting somebody to do something, because we should stop expecting Deion to do anything. We can want Deion to do certain things, but we should stop expecting him to.
I think when it comes to Deion, I think Deion has a lot of good things that he wants to do and can do and does do, but we have to remember that Deion is going to always promote Deion.
Yeah.
Since back in the 80s, that's one thing about it's been consistent, is that Deion is going to be about Deion, for better or worse. And like you said, stop. I always say, kind of offhand, you can't expect someone to be something that they're not. Like at this point, I can't expect Kanye to get on TV and give some eloquent, well thought out rant. I may want him to, but I can't. I can't expect Deion to be anything other than being, what was that one thin line between love and hate with Martin Lawrence?
Class.
With Regina Hall. She's like, me, Regina, not Regina Hall, but Regina King. And they're going back and forth. He's like, she's like, I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna leave money. I know you're gonna leave money in your mom's. You're gonna, I expect you to be you. So I expect Deion to be Deion.
And I expect Jay's writings to be great. Jay, I watched Stand because of our conversation in your write-up, and it was phenomenal. Everybody needs to hit up Showtime and check that out. Jay, we appreciate you as always, man. Thank you,
All right,
bro.
take care. All right.
Thank you, Jay.
See you next time.
Jason Jones right there. He was not here for your nonsense.
No, he
today.
wasn't.
He really
He wasn't.
You want
It is what it is.
Kenny got to shoot a text when hey, we good?
Yeah, it is what it is. By the way, St. Francis beat Mount St.
Oh,
Francis
thank goodness. I was on the edge
in
of my
overtime.
seat.
Wow, what a game.
We were dying to know.
What a game.
We were dying to know what happened. No De'Aaron Fox.
No De'Aaron Fox.
No Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, which, if I recall correctly, the first thing you said on not the first thing you said on Monday, but one of the things we talked about on Monday is the basketball gods need to give us De'Aaron Fox versus Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And the basketball gods said, no.
You ain't getting that.
You get
Come on,
neither
Davion.
one.
Come on, baby.
Yeah.
Come
Davion is starting in place, as I'm sure everybody
Let's go, Davion.
Davion is starting in place of De'Aaron Fox. And we'll be here to cover it tomorrow, man. Hopefully we're lighting the beam. Appreciate you so much for being with us. If you want more Kings talk, you want to hear more from Jason Jones, we've got plenty more ahead on ESPN 1320 on the Odyssey app. We're going to run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings. Yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to shut down so Charlie can work. Man, we appreciate you. Another tremendous turnout in the chat. If you guys could hit the thumbs up before you
guys
go.
are awesome.
If you haven't hit the subscribe buttons yet, please do so. Dr. David trying to end festivities early.
We really hit him with that Tony Schiavone.
That'll put some. But I tell you what, ain't gonna happen. 400,000 people ain't gonna turn over and watch like they did when Mick Foley won the title. To the 49ers, we appreciate. Hey, to the 49ers, we'll tell the 49ers the same thing we told the Kings. Go get that bag, baby.
Get that bag, baby.
Get that bag, baby, because you're not getting into here.
Gotta get that bag, man. No, ain't nobody listening,
yeah.
but you can still get that money.
SEC isn't investigating our parent company, so we watching what we do. Chris, I see you. I was wondering how many people caught that. I see you, Chris. I'll be on the lookout. We appreciate you guys, man. We love you. We'll see you tomorrow.
That'll be good.